The Dragon Reborn. Good evening, and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight we will talk about The Dragon Reborn, the third volume in the Wheel of Time series, where the dragon must seize the sword that is not a sword and fulfill the ancient prophecies. If you would like, subscribe or comment to help the channel grow. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Do you think it is better to run from a difficult responsibility temporarily or to face it head-on immediately? Comment below with your thoughts, as I would love to hear them. Now let us transition to the topic. Prologue. Fortress of the Light. In the heart of Amador, within the severe stone rigidity of the Fortress of the Light, the air is heavy with the weight of self-righteous history. Pedron Niall, the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light, sits upon a chair that is effectively a throne, though he would never call it such. He is a man carved from the same hard material as his fortress, aged, dried like old parchment, yet possessing a tensile strength that defies his years. He ignores the opulent gold sunburst inlaid in the floorboards, a symbol of power worn smooth by generations of petitioners. To Niall, gold is a triviality, his currency is order, and his obsession is the preservation of humanity through his own will. Before him kneels Jarrett Byer, a man whose fanaticism burns away his flesh, leaving him gaunt and hollow-eyed. Byer is a hound of the light, lacking imagination, but overflowing with a dangerous singular focus. He brings news from the west, from Toman Head, reports that smell of sulphur and madness. He speaks of the disaster at Falme, of the death of Geofram Bornhald, and of Aes Sedai, or witches, in the lexicon of the children, wielding the one power as a weapon. Niall listens, his mind a cold strategic engine. He dismisses Byer's emotional hatred while cataloguing the facts. The world is unraveling. The patterns of the age are fraying. To a man like Niall, whose life has been built on logic and military precision, the reports of a new dragon, of Shonchan invaders, and of miracles and monsters are an affront. He refuses to accept the supernatural explanation of the Shonchan, rationalizing them as merely another army of dark friends. It is a psychological defense mechanism. If he admits the legends are walking the earth, he admits his own irrelevance. He must believe that this is a war of men, for a war of men can be won by a tactician. Byer leaves, his hatred for a certain blacksmith named Perrin Ibarra hanging in the air like smoke. Niall remains alone with his maps, the tangible representation of a world sliding toward chaos. War in Tarabon, civil war in Cairhien, the Aiel coming out of the waste, and the hunt for the Horn of Valere. It is the breaking of the world all over again. But where others see doom, Pedron Niall sees opportunity. He does not intend to fight the last battle alongside the Dragon Reborn. He intends to unite the world under the banners of the Children of the Light and defeat the Shadow himself. It is a staggering display of hubris, a mortal man believing he can rewrite the prophecies to suit his own ego. He summons Jaishim Caridin, a High Inquisitor of the Hand of the Light. Caridin is a different breed of predator, smooth, political, and dangerous. Niall plays a dangerous game here, revealing that he knows of Caridin's failures and potentially his darker secrets. He issues a command that runs contrary to everything the children stand for. Caridin is to let the false dragon on Almuth Plain run free. Niall explains his logic with the cold detachment of a sociopath. If you wish to unite the people, you loose a rabid lion in the streets. You let the panic consume them, and then you step in, kill the lion, and claim their loyalty as their savior. He intends to use Rand al'Thor as that lion. He will let the world bleed, so that he may be the one to stitch the wound. It is a strategy of absolute control, born of a desperate fear of the unknown. But the fortress holds rot within its walls deeper than mere political ambition. After Caridin is dismissed, a shadow detaches itself from the wall. Ordaith, the man who was once a peddler named Padan Fine, creeps forward. He is a creature of distilled malice, warped by the dark evils of Shadar Logoth. He feeds Niall's suspicions, whispering the names of the 3 young men from the 2 rivers, Rand, Mat, and Perrin. Ordaith is the worm in the apple, manipulating the great manipulator. He confirms that this false dragon is indeed the one from the prophecies, but he twists the truth to serve his own chaotic ends. Niall, thinking he is the master of puppets, is unknowingly holding a string that leads back to a madness far older than he. The perspective shifts to the lavish quarters of Jaichim Caridin. Here the true horror of his position is revealed. He is a man squeezed between 2 grindstones. He enters his room, his arrogance stripping away the moment he sees the figure waiting for him. A Myrdral, a Fade, stands in the luxury of the room. The eyeless gaze of the Shadowspawn induces a primal, paralyzing fear that cuts through Caridin's political armor. The Myrdral brings orders from the great Lord of the Dark that directly contradict Niall's. While Niall demands the dragon be kept alive to serve as a pawn, the Shadow demands his death. Caridin is trapped. The Fade threatens not just him, but his lineage, promising to butcher his family one by one if he fails. It is a scene of claustrophobic terror, illustrating that for all the White Cloak's posturing about walking in the light, the Shadow can manifest in their very heart, unseen and unopposed. Caridin, the torturer, is now the tortured, forced to serve 2 masters who both demand the impossible. Chapter 1. Waiting. The great wheel of time rotates, spinning out ages that rise and crumble into dust, leaving behind memories that fade to legend and myth. In the 3rd age, an age of prophecy and dread, a wind rises in the mountains of mist. The wind does not care for the boundaries of men. It sweeps over the high peaks, scouring the stone and the snow, howling through the passes where the winter refuses to release its grip. It is a lonely, biting wind, carrying the chill of the grave and the promise of a spring that feels dangerously delayed. The land itself seems to be holding its breath, suspended in a state of fragile tension, waiting for a catalyst. High in the mountains, nestled within a thicket of pine and leatherleaf, Perrin Aibara sits atop his horse, shivering. The cold is physical, biting through his coat, but the shivering also comes from a deeper place. He is a young man at war with his own destiny. In his hands he holds a longbow, and at his belt hangs a heavy half-moon axe, a weapon he forged, a weapon he hates, yet a weapon he cannot seem to discard. He is not alone. 5 Shenron soldiers, men hardened by a lifetime of guarding the Great Blight, wait with him. They are warriors to the bone, their heads shaved save for topknots, their demeanor one of disciplined lethargy. Yet they defer to Perrin. They sense something in him, the golden eyes that see too much, the uncanny connection to the wild. Perrin feels the weight of their expectation and the heavier weight of the change within himself. There is an itch in his mind, a sensory awareness that belongs to the wolf, not the man. He pushes it away, terrified of losing his humanity to the beast, yet relying on that very beast to keep them safe. The waiting is agonizing. They are here on the orders of Moiraine Sedai, the Aes Sedai, who moves them like pieces on a board she refuses to let them see. Perrin's impatience is a physical thing, mirroring the restlessness of the wind. Suddenly, the stillness is broken. A raven, a black scar against the grey sky, quarters over the trees. In these lands, a raven is rarely just a bird. It is a spy for the Dark One, an eye of the shadow. Perrin's reaction is instantaneous and lethal. Before the thought fully forms, his bow is drawn and the arrow loosed. The bird falls, struck from the sky. It is a grim reminder of their reality. The enemy is everywhere, watching from the clouds and the shadows. The Shia Narans praise the shot, but the mood darkens. If the bird saw them, the halfmen know where they are. Then a rider appears. Perrin, with his enhanced vision, spots the bright, mismatched colors long before the others. It is a woman, dressed in the garish, joyful patchwork of the Tuatha'an, the traveling people. Her presence here, in these deadly mountains, is an anomaly. The Tuatha'an follow the way of the leaf, a philosophy of absolute pacifism. They do not fight, they do not carry weapons, they run or they die. Her name is Leia. She approaches their ambush, seemingly unaware of the danger, until she is surrounded. The interaction between Perrin and Leia highlights the central thematic conflict of the soul. Leia represents an ideal, the refusal to do violence even in the face of evil, believing that to kill is to lose oneself. Perrin, who sickens at violence but commits it to protect others, finds her philosophy both baffling and infuriating. He challenges her, his voice rough with his own internal conflict. He tells her that the Trollocs do not care for her philosophy, that her pacifism is a death sentence. But Leia is resolute. She argues that violence harms the soul of the doer as much as the victim. Her words strike a chord in Perrin, vibrating against his own fear of the axe at his belt. He is a builder, a blacksmith, forced to be a destroyer. Her gentle conviction is a mirror showing him what he has lost, the luxury of harmlessness. They guide her deeper into the mountains, through passes that narrow until the stone walls press in on either side. They are heading to a secret sanctuary, a bowl hidden among the peaks. As they descend into the camp, the tension of the wilderness gives way to the tension of destiny. There are log huts, fires, and men waiting, but dominating the scene is a banner snapping in the wind. It bears a creature of legend, a serpent scaled in scarlet and gold, with a lion's mane and golden claws. The dragon banner. It is a symbol that has not flown for 3,000 years, a symbol that means salvation and destruction are now one and the same. Perrin leads the Tinker Woman into the camp, his golden eyes sweeping over the scene. He welcomes her to the camp of the Dragon Reborn. The words hang in the cold mountain air, heavy with portent. The waiting is over. The storm is about to break. Chapter 2. Saidin. High in the mountains of mist, winter refuses to release its grip. Much like the pattern of destiny that holds the Emon's field as captive. We find Perrin Aybara watching a Tuatha'an woman, Leia, arrive at their hidden camp. She is a vision of bright colors against the snow, green skirts and a red cloak, yet she carries the weight of a world gone mad. She seeks Moiraine Sedai with the desperation of the hunted, ignoring the dragon banner that hangs limp and heavy, a symbol of the doom they are all trying to ignore. There is a profound sense of stagnation here. Moiraine has kept them hidden in this bowl-shaped valley all winter, and the waiting is becoming a corrosive force. Perrin, ever the careful thinker, observes the interactions with his sharp, golden eyes. He watches Min, the young woman cursed with the ability to see future viewings, stare at Leia with tragic certainty. Min sees Leia's death, a violent end for a woman sworn to the way of the leaf, the absolute pacifism of the Tinkers. It is a cruel irony of this world that those who renounce violence are so often consumed by it. When Perrin learns this, he feels the crushing weight of helplessness. This is the central struggle of Perrin's existence, the desire to protect versus the inability to change what the pattern has already woven. We see the gentle giant, loyal the Ogier, trying to make sense of the chaos through logic and books. He explains the nature of being Ta'veren to Min. He describes it not as a gift, but as a gravitational force. The threads of life are pulled and tugged by the presence of Rand, Mat, and Perrin. The pattern forces itself to shape around them, stripping away the free will of those nearby. Min, who simply wants to love whom she chooses and live free of Aes Sedai meddling, resents being a puppet in the wheel's grand design. But as loyal notes, even the Ta'veren themselves are woven tight, with fewer choices than anyone else. They are the captives of their own destiny. The narrative shifts to the source of this gravitational pull, Rand al'Thor. He has isolated himself, living apart from the Sheenaran soldiers who bow to him with a reverence that terrifies him. Perrin finds his old friend in a hidden canyon, a place of sheer cliffs and shadows. Rand is a portrait of psychological fraying. He leans against a tree, staring at the heron brands on his palms, reciting the prophecies of the dragon like a grim litany. Twice and twice shall he be marked, once the dragon for remembrance lost, twice the dragon for the price he must pay. This is not a hero boasting. It is a condemned man reading his own death sentence. Rand confesses the agony of his inaction. While he hides in the mountains, men are dying in his name on Almoth Plain. The guilt is eating him alive, a sharp contrast to the madness slowly seeping into his mind from Saidin, the male half of the true source. He feels Moiraine maneuvering him like a game piece, yet he knows she is right to keep him hidden. This internal conflict, the desire to act versus the necessity of waiting, builds until the pressure becomes literal. In a terrifying display of raw, uncontrolled power, the earth heaves. Rand loses his grip on the one power. He doesn't just channel, he rips the tap out of the barrel. The ground ripples like water, trees snap, and the valley groans under the stress of the dragon's unintentional might. It is a visceral manifestation of the taint. Rand describes it as a coat of vileness over the light, something that turns his stomach even as it seduces him. He admits that sometimes he reaches for the power and finds nothing, a terrifying prospect for the last battle. But here he found too much. He is a vessel overflowing, dangerous to his friends and himself, a nuclear reactor with a cracking containment shield. Perrin leaves him there, standing in the settling dust, a man haunted by the dreams that are starting to bleed into his waking reality. Chapter 3. News from the Plain. The aftermath of Rand's accidental earthquake leaves the camp on edge. The Shienerans, ever loyal, interpret the tremor as the dragon's deliberate will, a rationalization that highlights their desperate need to believe in his control. But Moiraine knows better. Perrin sees the knowing in her eyes, the Aes Sedai calm that masks a river of calculation. She has healed Leia, who was injured in the quake, but dismisses the violence of the event as an accident, a word that feels woefully inadequate for a shifting of tectonic plates. Min, shaken by the display of power and her visions of doom, shares a moment of intimacy with Perrin. She refuses his offer to help her escape, citing an old Illionaire proverb, "Better 10 days of love than years of regretting." It is a poignant insight into Min's character. She chooses the danger of the Dragon Reborn over the safety of a mundane life, accepting her fate with a brave, fatalistic love. As night falls, the true horror of their situation is revealed. Moiraine gathers the inner circle around the fire to share the news Leia brought from the outside world. Almoth Plain is a chaotic killing field. The White Cloaks have amassed a legion, yet they strangely avoid engaging the Dragonsworn directly. It smells of a trap, a political maneuvering that Lan, the warder, instinctively distrusts. But the most chilling news is the specific nature of the deaths occurring in the villages. Tall young men with light-colored eyes are being murdered, poisoned or stabbed by unseen assailants. This is a targeted culling. The Shadow is hunting for the Dragon Reborn, striking blindly at anyone who fits the description. Lan identifies the killers as the Soulless, or Grey Men, assassins who give up their souls to the Dark One to become utterly unnoticeable. They are not invisible, but the eye slides off them. They are forgettable until the knife is in your ribs. The atmosphere shifts from anxiety to dread. The mountains are no longer a sanctuary, they are a trap waiting to be sprung. Moiraine refuses to lay extra wards, fearing they would act as a beacon to the Myrddraal. Instead, she relies on stealth and the pattern of the wheel. We must ride on the pattern, not on the changes of a moment, she advises. It is the philosophy of the Aes Sedai. detach from the immediate fear, and look at the grand design. But for Perrin, who feels the responsibility for every life around him, such detachment is impossible. He goes to his hut, the cold of the night seeping into his bones, knowing that sleep offers no escape. For the Ta'veren, and especially for a wolf brother, the world of dreams is just another battlefield. Chapter 4. Shadows Sleeping. Perrin falls into a fitful slumber, and we are transported into the fluid, dangerous reality of the wolf dream, or Tel'aran'rhiod. This is not a construct of his subconscious, but a parallel dimension where the soul is vulnerable. The dream begins in an inn that feels cold and hazy. A man sits in the shadows, handsome, dressed in dark velvet, with eyes that burn like coals. This is Ba'alzamon, the Dark One's primary agent, though Perrin does not name him yet. He plays the role of the tempter. He pushes a cup of dark wine toward Perrin and points to the axe at his belt. "Your hands were made for a hammer, not an axe," the figure whispers. It is a psychological assault, targeting Perrin's deepest insecurity, his fear of his own capacity for violence. The shadow tries to seduce him with the promise of peace, of returning to the simple life of a blacksmith, if he only abandons the fight. But Perrin, sensing the malice behind the velvet, refuses. The scene shifts. He stands before a mirror, wearing a golden helmet and breastplate. He's now a great general, a hero of legend. A woman of breathtaking beauty appears, Lanfear, one of the Forsaken. She offers him the opposite of the first temptation, not peace, but glory. "A man should grasp his destiny," she purrs. She appeals to the hidden part of every man that desires to be great, to be remembered. But Perrin rejects this too. He shouts, "I am a blacksmith, I am a man," clinging to his identity as a shield against their manipulations. The dream shifts again to a surreal landscape of stone spires and bridges suspended over infinite depths. Here, Perrin witnesses a secret meeting of the Forsaken. He sees Ba'alzamon arguing with two other men, Ravin and Belal, though they are unnamed here. The tension is palpable. These are not allies, but rivals held together by fear. The argument escalates until Ba'alzamon unleashes a ball of expanding fire. This is likely balefire, a weapon so terrible it burns threads out of the pattern itself. It roars through the dream, a fire that does not burn the body, but threatens to erase existence. Perrin survives only by hiding, a small witness to the war among the gods of the shadow. Finally, he finds himself in the great hall of the heart, in the Stone of Tyr. Massive red stone columns surround a sword made of crystal that hangs suspended in the air, Callandor, the sword that is not a sword. A whisper echoes, telling him to take it and begin the final journey. But this is the dragon's destiny, not his. He cannot touch it. His hand passes through the air a foot away from the hilt. Suddenly a wolf appears, Hopper, his spirit guide. The wolf warns, "The twisted ones come." This refers to the Trollocs and Myrddraal, the spawn of the Dark One. Perrin wakes with a gasp, his heart hammering. He tries to reject the wolf's voice, shouting into the dark of his hut, "I will not let you in." But the connection is forged. The Ta'veren tug, the wolf brothers' instinct, and the machinations of the shadow are all closing in. The waiting is over. The twisted ones are coming, and Perrin Aybara can no longer hide in the mountains or in his dreams. Chapter 5. Nightmares Walking. The silence of the mountains, usually a heavy blanket over the sleeping camp, is shattered not by the wind, but by the frantic urgency of survival. Perrin Aybara is ripped from sleep, his instincts screaming before his mind fully processes the threat. He rushes into the biting cold, clad only in thin linen and desperation, axe in hand. The moonlight, pale and uncaring, illuminates a nightmare-made flesh. The camp is besieged. Shadowspawn, Trollocs, swarm from the tree line, a grotesque menagerie of beak, horn, and hoof, their hulking forms dwarfing the defenders. Chaos erupts instantly. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of a dead nation, bursts from Moiraine's hut. He is the avatar of war, his sword weaving a lethal pattern that turns the warder into a force of nature, shouting warnings that rouse the Shinarans from their slumber. But it is Moiraine Damodred who illustrates the terrifying gap between steel and sorcery. She dances through the carnage, a simple switch in her hand becoming a conduit for destruction. Where she strikes, flesh ignites. Fireballs bloom from her palms, turning monstrous attackers into living pyres. It is a spectacle of power, yet amidst this arcane devastation, the true horror of the night is personal. Perrin spots Leia, the tinker woman whose philosophy forbids violence even in self-defense, stands frozen against the log wall of a cabin. Her face is a mask of pure, paralyzing terror. For Perrin, the battle narrows to a singular, desperate objective: save her. He screams for her to hide, his voice lost in the cacophony of slaughter. He fights his way toward her, his axe rising and falling, urgency overriding the primal fear that should have crippled him. He battles past a bird-beaked monstrosity, driven by the need to protect the innocent. But the pattern is cruel. Just as he scrambles up the slope, a goat-snouted Trolloc turns its gaze upon the defenseless woman. Perrin's shout is a futile thing against the speed of violence. The Trolloc strikes, and then turns its malice toward Perrin. The ensuing struggle is visceral. A tangle of limbs, the stench of sour sweat and wet fur, the crushing weight of the beast. Perrin is battered, his ribs groaning under the pressure, pain lancing through his shoulder as teeth sink into his flesh. In this moment of near death, civilization peels away. He drives a spike into the creature's temple, killing it. But the victory is hollow. He crawls to Leia. She is gone, her eyes fixed in a final accusing stare. The guilt crashes into Perrin, heavier than any Trolloc axe. He failed. The pacifist died in a war she wanted no part of. And in that pit of failure and fear, the wolf mind, the entity known as Young Bull, surges forward. It begins with a telepathic roar. "We come, brother." The wolves pour into the valley, scores of them, a white and grey tide answering the distress of the wolf brother. Perrin's human identity fractures. The pain of Leia's death recedes, replaced by the cold, clean simplicity of the pack. His eyes burn golden. He is no longer a blacksmith. He is Young Bull, hunting the twisted ones. He targets a Myrddraal, a Neverborn, and engages it with a ferocity that matches the Shadow's own. The fight is brutal and efficient. He cripples the creature, acting on instinct that is millennia old. When the Fade dies, its link to the Trolloc snaps, leaving them thrashing in the dust. Yet, as the bloodlust fades, the man returns. He looks at Leia's body and feels the crushing weight of humanity return. He rejected the wolf to save her and failed. He embraced the wolf to avenge her and succeeded. It is a terrifying dichotomy for him. The battle ends, leaving the valley choked with the dead. Lan and the Shienarans raise their swords, shouting Taisha Manetheren to Perrin, honoring the blood of the fallen nation they believe flows in his veins. But Perrin feels like a fraud. They salute a hero. He feels like a beast. Then there is Rand. While the others fought for their lives, the Dragon Reborn sat apart, huddled against a tree. When Perrin approaches him, the reality of Rand's struggle is unveiled, and it is far more terrifying than physical combat. Rand didn't fight the Trollocs because he was fighting himself. He confesses that when he reached for Saidin, the male half of the true source, he was nearly consumed by it. He didn't just want to burn the Trollocs. The power tempted him to tear the very mountain down, to bury friend and foe alike in a tomb of rock. His battle was internal, holding back the madness and the sheer crushing ecstasy of the power. He is a nuclear reactor with a cracked containment vessel, terrified that helping his friends might mean destroying them. Moiraine, exhausted from the battle, must still perform her duties. She uses an angreal, an artifact that amplifies her power, to heal the wounded. The experience for Perrin is harrowing. It is not a gentle touch, but a freezing sensation, as if being plunged into the depths of a glacial lake, stripping away pain, but leaving a profound coldness in the soul. When she tends to Rand, a darker truth emerges. The wound in his side, received at Falme, has broken open. It is a mark that the power cannot fully erase, a physical manifestation of his unending struggle. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. The sun rises on a changed world. Perrin wakes to the news he perhaps dreaded most. Rand is gone. The Dragon Reborn has fled into the night, leaving behind only a note. In it, Rand explains his logic, a logic born of trauma and isolation. He believes that by leaving, he draws the danger away from his friends. He intends to hunt the Dark One, or at least his primary servant, alone. He believes his dreams are leading him to a confrontation he can no longer avoid. It is a tragic miscalculation of his own stability. He is running toward his destiny while trying to outrun his guilt. The camp is in upheaval. Moiraine, however, is not surprised. She's calculating. She gathers the inner circle, Lan, Perrin, Loyal, and Min, in her cramped hut. Here, the Aes Sedai demonstrates why she is the most formidable player in this game. She hasn't just been reacting. She has been watching. She interrogates Perrin about his dreams. Reluctantly, he admits to the recurring nightmare, a sword that cannot be touched, encased in crystal. Moiraine reveals the truth. This is Callandor, the sword that is not a sword, a powerful sa'angreal hidden in the heart of the stone, within the great fortress of the Stone of Tyr. The prophecies state that the stone will never fall until the dragon wields the sword. Rand's dreams, leaking out through his connection to the power, have been broadcasting his destination. He is going to Tyr. He is going to walk into the most hostile city on the continent, a place where channeling is a capital crime and the prophecies are forbidden, to claim his birthright. The tension in the room is palpable. Moiraine is frustrated by Rand's recklessness. He is running before he knows how to walk, risking capture by the Forsaken, ancient channelers of immense power who may now be loose in the world. She lists their names like a roll call of nightmares: Lanfair, Ishamael, Samael. The seals on the Dark One's prison are weakening, and Rand is walking alone into a trap. There is a shift in the dynamic here. Perrin, usually deferential, challenges Moiraine. He questions her control, suggesting that perhaps Rand knows what he is doing, or at least that the pattern is guiding him better than she can. It is a moment of growth for the blacksmith. He is no longer just a villager, but a Tavaren, asserting his own will. Moiraine, however, remains unyielding. The stakes are total annihilation. The plan is set. Moiraine, Lan, Loyal, and Perrin will chase Rand, hoping to catch him before he reaches the stone. Min, however, is given a different task. She must ride to Tar Valon to inform the Amerlin seat of these events. It is a dangerous, lonely road, and Min is furious at being separated from Rand. As they prepare to depart, the interaction between Min and Perrin offers a crucial glimpse into the workings of fate. Min, who sees visions of the future swirling around people, pulls Perrin aside. Her viewings are specific and ominous. She sees an Aielman in a cage, a tinker with a sword, and a hawk and a falcon perching on Perrin's shoulders. These are not random images. They are the roadmap of his suffering and his destiny. But she gives him one piece of immediate, cryptic advice. If he meets the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, he must run. The irony of their conversation is bitter. Min reveals the depth of the romantic tragedy, ensnaring them all. She loves Rand, as do Elayne and e-gwayn. They are all bound to him, dragged along in the wake of his chaotic destiny. Min knows she might be marching toward heartbreak, or worse, but she cannot sever the connection. The group fractures. Min heads for the center of Aes Sedai power, while Perrin, Loial and the others turn their faces south toward the Stone of Tyr. They are following a madman who holds the fate of the world in his hands, chasing him into a city built to reject him. The hunt has begun, not just for the dragon, but for the hope that he can control the storm he is about to unleash. Chapter 7. The Way Out of the Mountains. The descent from the mountains of mist is not merely a change in elevation. It is a transition from the frozen isolation of winter into a blooming, deceptive spring. As Moiraine, Lan, Perrin and Loial ride downward, the snow recedes, replaced by high meadow grasses and the vibrant colors of Maiden's Hope and Jump Up. Yet, the beauty of the landscape belies the tension within the group. Perrin Ibera, the blacksmith-turned-reluctant hero, finds himself besieged by sensations he desperately tries to ignore. The wolves are there. They are invisible to the eye, ghosting through the tree lines, but to Perrin's expanding senses, they are as loud as a shout. He keeps the door to his mind firmly shut, feeling their presence only as a feather-light tickle, a constant reminder of the beast growing within the man. The dynamic of the traveling party shifts subtly as they descend. Lan Mandragoran, usually a creature of stone-faced stoicism, displays rare cracks in his armor. He tracks Rand al'Thor relentlessly, but when he judges the pace too dangerous for the horses in the fading light, he clashes with Moiraine. The Aes Sedai, driven by a desperate need to reach the Dragon Reborn, threatens to pass Lan's bond to a sister named Mirelle. This is a profound moment of insight into the warder bond. It is not just duty, but a leash that can be handed off. The threat strikes a nerve deep within Lan, hinting at a past or a future he dreads, revealing that even the uncrowned king of Malkia fears becoming a pawn in Aes Sedai politics. The journey exposes the subtle ways Moiraine exerts control, not always with the one power, but with sheer force of personality. In a telling quiet moment by a stream, Perrin and Loial engage in the meditative, patient art of tickling trout. It is a scene of rustic simplicity, grounding Perrin in his past life. But Moiraine interrupts. She does not have the patience for country ways. She plunges her hands into the water and uses her skills, likely a weave of air or water, to yank 3 massive fish onto the bank. It is a display of efficiency over tradition. When Perrin and Loial are left to clean and cook the catch, Perrin realizes that Moiraine has maneuvered them back into the roles of servants. He feels like iron on an anvil, being hammered into a shape of her choosing. He vows to resist, to maintain his autonomy, but the will of an Aes Sedai is a tide that erodes even the sturdiest stone. As they leave the wilderness and enter the civilized farmlands of Ghealdan, the wolves remain, an unseen escort that unnerves Perrin. He longs for a town, a place with enough humanity to drown out the call of the wild. They arrive at the village of Jara as the sun dies, seeking rest, but finding a community gripped by a strange, frantic energy. Chapter 8. Jara. Jara is a village unmoored. The air is thick with the smell of sweet wine and the aftermath of a celebration that feels borderline hysterical. Simeon, a man with the unfortunate appearance of a frog but a gentle heart, greets them at the inn. Harrowlin's Leap. He reveals a bizarre phenomenon, a plague of weddings. In the last few days, the village has been swept by a romantic fervor so intense that even the elderly and the sworn bachelors have rushed to the altar. To the uninitiated, this might seem like a quirk of rural culture, but Moiraine and the reader know better. This is the Tavern effect of Rand al'Thor. The Dragon Reborn bends the pattern around him. Chance and probability warp in his presence. He passed through here, and the wake he left behind was a chaotic explosion of life-altering decisions. But the chaos wasn't all joyous. Simeon speaks of a detachment of white cloaks who descended into madness, abandoning their oaths, hunting non-existent dark friends, and turning on one another. This duality, love and madness, mirrors the internal struggle of Rand himself, balanced on the knife edge of Saidin. Perrin's investigation confirms that Rand was indeed here, playing the flute for his keep, driven by paranoia, muttering that one of us has to die. The tragedy of the dragon is painted clearly. A young man fleeing his destiny, terrified that he is going mad, yet inadvertently reshaping the world with every step. However, the true horror for Perrin awaits in a shed behind the inn. Simeon, desperate and seeing Moiraine as a figure of authority, begs her to heal his brother, Noam. He believes Noam is sick, having claimed to speak to wolves before losing his mind completely. When Perrin enters the shed, he is not looking at a sick man. He is looking into a mirror. Noam is caged, naked and filthy, snarling with teeth filed by violence. But the most terrifying detail is his eyes, burnished gold, identical to Perrin's own. Moiraine attempts to soothe the creature, but she delivers a chilling diagnosis. The man who was Noam is gone. There is nothing left to heal. The humanity has been entirely consumed by the wolf. This is the wolf brother's fate, to lose the human soul to the beast. Moiraine walks away, pragmatic as ever, but Perrin stays. He understands what Simeon cannot. To keep Noam in a cage is torture. In a moment of profound empathy and terrified acceptance, Perrin convinces Simeon to open the door. Noam bolts into the night, not as a man, but as a wolf in human skin. Perrin's decision to free him is an act of mercy, but it is also a confrontation with his own deepest fear. He realizes that if he ever loses his own battle, he would rather be free in the woods than locked in a cage. The chapter ends with a chilling revelation from Simeon. The White Cloaks were not just hunting random dark friends, they were hunting a blacksmith with yellow eyes. The net is tightening, and Perrin's anonymity is gone. Chapter 9. Wolf Dreams. Perrin retreats to his room, but peace is elusive. He seeks answers from Moiraine, hoping she can offer a shield, a cure, or even just hope. Her response is characteristically guarded. She reveals that knowledge of wolf brothers is scarce, surviving only in fragments from the Age of Legends. She speaks of the world of dreams, a plane of existence where wolves and men like Perrin are dangerously connected. She warns him that the danger is not external, but internal. She cannot shield him from himself. Moraine's inability to help serves to isolate Perrin further. He is walking a path where even the White Tower has no map. Determined to resist the pull of the wolves, Perrin attempts to sleep in discomfort, hoping to stay tethered to his humanity. But the dream takes him anyway. He finds himself in a corridor of stone and shadow, Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams, though he does not know the name yet. Here, reality is fluid and lethal. He encounters a man dressed in strange foreign clothes, later recognized as Shon-chan, a foreshadowing of threats to come. The horror of the scene escalates instantly. Shadows, darker than the dream itself, detach from the walls. These are likely the manifestation of dark hounds or the Dark One's direct malice. The stranger is attacked, his skin flayed from his body by the living shadows. It is a brutal, visceral sequence that emphasizes the physical danger of the dream world. Then, a ghost appears. Hopper. The wolf Perrin saw die. The wolf who soared like an eagle in death is here. Hopper's communication is urgent and terrified. "Run, brother, run!" The dead wolf warns of a danger greater than Neverborn, Myrddraal. Perrin flees through the shifting dreamscape, eventually stumbling into a grand white hall. There, he sees a woman of breathtaking beauty, clad in white and silver. This is Lanfear, one of the Forsaken, though Perrin does not know her name. Her shock at seeing him is palpable. "You, "What are you doing here?" Her presence confirms that the Forsaken are active, watching, and perhaps unaware of the wild cards like Perrin entering their domain. Perrin wakes with a start, gasping for air, only to find blood on his face. It is not his own. It is the blood of the man from the dream. This is the terrifying law of Tel'aran'rhiod. What happens there is real. The barrier between the waking world and the dream world is shattered. Perrin washes the blood away, but the stain on his psyche remains. He cannot simply will this away. The perspective shifts to the man they are chasing. Rand al'Thor is alone in the wilderness, shivering in the cold night. He is being hunted by darkhounds, monsters of shadow and teeth. But this is not the farm boy who fled the two rivers. This is a man touching the source of creation. As a darkhound lunges, Rand channels Saidin. He unleashes a bar of solid white light, balefire. It erases the beast from existence, burning it out of the pattern itself. The use of this forbidden weave highlights Rand's growing power and the desperate instinct driving him. He is sickened by the taint on the male half of the source, fighting the urge to vomit, yet he is addicted to the life force it provides. He stands alone in the dark, taunting the remaining hounds to come for him. "I am no easy meat," he snarls. It is a tragic, powerful image to end on. Rand has become the hunter and the hunted, a dangerous force of nature hurtling toward Tyr, leaving madness, weddings, and dead monsters in his wake. The innocence of the Eamon's fielders is truly dead. All that remains is the struggle for survival. Chapter 10. Secrets. The journey toward Tar Valon is a path paved with apprehension, where the landscape itself serves as a grim reminder of history and destiny. As our small, weary band of travelers approaches the island city, the horizon is dominated by Dragon Mount. It is not merely a mountain, it is a jagged scar upon the world, a broken-topped monument to Luz Therin Kinslayer and the breaking of the world. For e-gwayn al'Vir, the sight of it is a double-edged sword. It represents the terrifying legacy of the dragon, a legacy now inextricably bound to Rand al'Thor, who haunts her dreams with images of desperate flight. But Dragon Mount also marks the proximity of the White Tower, the only place where she can master the One Power and ensure she is never again leashed like a beast as she was by the Shonchan. This fear of captivity is the psychological engine driving her forward, freedom through mastery. The group is a tapestry of frayed nerves. Nai-neeve, the former wisdom, struggles with the transition from village authority to a world where her status is questioned, her hand constantly seeking her braid, a physical anchor for her frustration. She and e-gwayn, dressed in the drab grey of their travel, bicker with the familiarity of sisters, masking a deeper, shared anxiety for their friends. Mat Cauthon lies unconscious in a horse litter, a ticking clock in human form. He grips the ruby-hilted dagger from Shadar Logoth even in his fever, the source of a wasting sickness that only Aes Sedai intervention can halt. He is a burden they protect fiercely, carrying secrets that could shake the world. The horn of Valera is hidden in their baggage, a heavy truth they must keep from the world. Verin Sedai of the Brown Ajah leads them, seemingly detached and lost in thought, a perfect camouflage for a mind that misses nothing. But the illusion of safety is shattered by the instincts of Hurin, the Shen'aran sniffer. He smells violence on the wind, not a metaphor, but a literal stench of past and future wrongs. His warning comes too late to avoid confrontation. White cloaks, the children of the light, intercept them. This encounter is a collision of two absolute worldviews. The White Cloaks, led by the young and arrogant Dain Bornhold, see only witches and dark friends. They block the path, immune to Verin's soft-spoken diplomacy and Elayne's haughty attempts to wield her royal lineage as a shield. When Bornhold threatens to take them to the Questioners, a fate synonymous with torture, Fear triggers a violent reflex in the young women. Here, we see the raw, untrained potential of the three initiates. Driven by the trauma of her captivity, e-gwayn embraces saidar. The experience is described not as a weapon, but as a flower opening to the sun, a seduction of ecstasy and life. Yet, she wields this life as a hammer. She, followed by Nai-neeve and Elayne, lashes out with the power, ripping the earth open in explosive fountains. It is a terrifying display of force that sends the children of the light scattering in panic. But the victory is hollow. Verin is furious. She invokes the weight of the three oaths, specifically the prohibition against using the power as a weapon. Though the girls are not yet bound by the oath rod, Verin sees their actions as an abomination, a dangerous lack of discipline that confirms every prejudice the world holds against Aes Sedai. The encounter ends with a chilling revelation. Dain Bornhald, humiliated but standing his ground, recognizes them from rumors of Falme. He reveals that his father died there and brands them his killers, forging a vendetta that will haunt them. They ride away, leaving a man consumed by grief and a thirst for vengeance, proving Verin's warning that even pleasant surprises can carry a sting. Chapter 11. Tar Valon. The transition from the wild plains to civilization is marked by the village of Darain and the colossal bridges that span the river Erenin. We see here the persistence of humanity. Darin is a settlement that has been burned and rebuilt countless times, living in the shadow of the White Tower's permanence. The atmosphere is tense with the rumors of war. Soldiers guard the crossing, their presence a testament to the chaotic state of the world. Rumors of false dragons and Shonchan invaders have traveled faster than our heroes. Crossing the bridge is a threshold moment. For e-gwayn, the sight of Tar Valon is a sensory overload of Ogier-wrought beauty. The city is a masterpiece of organic architecture, where stone flows like waves, shells and lace. It is a place designed to inspire awe, a sharp contrast to the rustic simplicity of the two rivers. It feels like a homecoming to her, a realization that somewhat alienates her from her past. She accepts that she has outgrown the innkeeper's daughter she once was. Her ambition is cementing itself in the mortar of these white walls. However, the majesty of the city hides the peril of their situation. They are not returning heroes. They are runaways sneaking back into the fold. Upon entering the tower grounds, the reality of their position crashes down. Hurin, the loyal sniffer, departs to return to Shi'enar, severing their last link to the male protection of the outside world. Now, they are entirely within the feminine hierarchy of the tower. The reception is swift and clinical. Sheriam Sedai, the mistress of novices, descends upon them not with open arms, but with the grim satisfaction of a headmistress catching truants. The immediate priority is Mat. The sick young man and the dangerous dagger are whisked away by the Aes Sedai, vanishing into the bowels of the tower for healing. The girls are left bereft of their charge, and the focus shifts to their punishment. Sheriam's lecture highlights the immense privilege and burden of their potential. She speaks of the hundreds who fail for everyone who succeeds, contrasting the girls' reckless abandonment of their training with the desperate struggles of less talented novices. It is a sobering check on their egos. The Wonder Girls, as they are sometimes called, are reminded that raw power does not equate to status or wisdom within these walls. The chapter closes with the dismantling of their unit. They are separated, forbidden to speak, and confined to their rooms. We are introduced to the accepted who will guard them. The stern, red-leaning Faulen, who views Nai-neeve's wilder status with disdain, and the more sympathetic Theodrin. As e-gwayn is led away, the expansive freedom of the plains, the thrill of channeling against the White Cloaks, and the awe of the city are replaced by the claustrophobic reality of novice quarters. They have returned to the source of their power, but in doing so, they have walked voluntarily back into a cage. The secrets they carry may protect them, or they may be the very thing that brings the tower down upon their heads. Chapter 12. The Elayne Seat. The White Tower stands as a beacon of eternal stability, but within the private study of the Elayne Seat, the air vibrates with the tension of a gathering storm. Siwan Sanche, the Watcher of the Seals, paces the floor. The room itself is a study in contradictions, mirroring the woman who commands it. It is a chamber of crushing history, adorned with golden Kandori marble and ancient panels of striped wood brought by the sea folk, carved with beasts from a time before the legendary Arthur Hawkwing. Yet, amidst this splendor, Siwan has imposed her own stark simplicity. A plain table, a Tyren rug, and a drawing of fishing boats in the fingers of the dragon. These humble tokens serve as anchors, reminding the most powerful woman in the world that she was once a fisherman's daughter, hauling nets in the delta. She is restless, her gaze drawn to a carved nightwood box upon her table. It contains emergency decrees, sealed and warded, ready for a disaster she prays will not come. We see here the burden of the stole. To be the Elayne is to prepare for the end of the world while navigating the petty politics of the present. Her solitude is broken by the arrival of the keeper of the chronicles, Elayne, followed swiftly by the brown sister, Verin Mathwin. Verin has returned from Falm, and she brings news that reshapes the fabric of reality. She confirms that Rand al'Thor has proclaimed himself the Dragon Reborn. Siwan's reaction is a complex mix of relief and dread. She reveals a fascinating aspect of the pattern's mechanics. On the very day the sky flashed at Falme, the two false dragons plaguing the world, Mazrim Taim in Saldea and another in Haddon Merk, were struck down. The pattern, in its ruthless efficiency, allows no room for pretenders once the truth is revealed. The wheel turns, and the false are discarded, so the true dragon may ascend. But Verin carries a physical weight as well, the horn of Valera. It was not Rand who sounded it, but Mat Cauthon. This revelation chills Siwan. Mat is dying, his soul being consumed by his connection to the Shadar Lagoth dagger, yet the pattern used him to call the dead heroes. It is a stark reminder that Ta'veren are threads woven into the design, whether they wish it or not. Verin then opens a notebook, her brown Ajah scholarly detachment contrasting with the horror of her report. She speaks of the Shonchan. She describes them as forerunners and reveals a blasphemy that rattles the White Tower's foundations. They use the One Power as a weapon of war. To Siwan, this is like a lionfish in the deep, a distant but deadly threat, while she deals with the silverpike chewing at her nets right here in Tar Valon. The immediate silverpike are the three runaway accepted and novices, Nai-neeve, Elayne, and e-gwayn. Verin asks their fate. Siwan's voice turns grim. She intends to make them wish they were fish bait. But beneath the anger lies a strategist's mind. She needs to know every word they said, for Siwan Sanche never wastes a resource, even a disobedient one. Chapter 13. Punishments. We shift perspectives to the claustrophobic confines of a novice cell. E-gwayn Alvear lies in the dark, the stark white walls pressing in like a prison. The romanticism of their adventure has evaporated, replaced by the crushing reality of tower discipline. Through a tiny mouse hole in the wall, she whispers to Elayne Trakand. Their fear is palpable. They discuss the possibility of being stilled, cut off from the true source, a fate worse than death for one who has touched the power. Yet we see the steel in e-gwayn's spine. She resolves that she would run away, even live as a hedge witch, rather than lose the ability to channel. Their anxiety is interrupted by Audiobooks, a prickly accepted, who delights in her authority. She escorts e-gwayn, Elayne, and Nai-neeve through the vast, silent, spiraling ramps of the tower. The architecture itself seems to watch them, the colourful floor tiles representing the 7 Ajahs mocking their precarious position. They are brought before the Merlin seat. The atmosphere in the study is frigid. Siwan does not greet them as a grandmother, but as the personification of justice. When the girls try to defend themselves by exposing Liandrin's treachery, Siwan reveals she already knows. The truth is far worse than they imagined. Liandrin and 12 others of the Black Ajah, a dark reflection of the tower that many deny exists, fled, murdering sisters and stealing Terangriel of unknown power. Siwan plays a dangerous psychological game here. She validates their story but terrifyingly points out that if the Hall of the Tower knew they had left with Liandrin, they might be stilled just for the suspicion of being dark friends. She traps them in a debt of silence. Then comes the punishment, which is twofold. Publicly, they are to be switched by Sheriam and sent to the kitchens to scrub pots like scullions. But Siwan throws the room into shock by announcing that e-gwayn and Elayne are to be raised to the accepted immediately. It is a jarring juxtaposition, promoted for their immense power, yet punished for their recklessness. Elayne's situation is politically delicate. Queen Morgus is furious, having cut ties with the tower. Siwan, however, is ruthless. She recognizes Elayne has the potential to be the strongest Aes Sedai in 1,000 years, and she refuses to let such power go, even if it means holding the daughter heir against the wishes of a queen. It is a harsh lesson in the tower's supreme authority. The White Tower pays no homage to worldly thrones. As Elayne is led away, a heavy silence falls. e-gwayn and Nai-neeve remain. The air grows thick with the anticipation of a second, secret sentencing. Chapter 14. The Bite of the Thorns. The doors close, leaving Siwan alone with Nai-neeve and e-gwayn. The Merlin drops the mask of the distant judge, revealing a woman cornered by enemies in her own home. She paces to the window, her back to them, and speaks of the rot eating at the tower from within. The Black Ajah is real, and they have committed murder in the heart of Tar Valon. Nai-neeve, defensive and sharp-tongued, asks if there is more punishment. Siwan turns, and we see the bite of the thorns. She admits her vulnerability. She does not know who to trust. Even Moiraine is distant. Sheriam and the others are suspect. Siwan looks at these 2 young women. Thin reeds, she calls them, and proposes the unthinkable. She cannot use fully trained sisters because she cannot be sure who walks in the shadow. But she knows Liandrin tried to sell e-gwayn and Nai-neeve to the Shonchan. They are the only 2 in the tower she can be mathematically certain are not dark friends. She tasks them to be her hounds. They are to hunt the Black Ajah. The request is terrifying. Nai-neeve points out the absurdity. They are half-trained girls against full sisters who know how to kill with the power. e-gwayn, despite her earlier bravado, feels the puppeteer's strings tightening, but beneath the fear, there is anger. They are not just pawns. They are victims seeking justice. They refuse to sit idle while the shadow moves around them. Nai-neeve agrees, driven by a need to protect and a desire for vengeance against those who betrayed them. e-gwayn joins her, proving she is no longer a child, but a woman ready to face the darkness. Siwan hands them their weapons, not swords or staffs, but paper. She gives them warrants bearing the white flame of Tar Valon. Blank checks of authority that command obedience from anyone. But she warns them. To a dark friend, this paper is not a shield, but a target. This moment marks the death of their innocence. They are sent back to their rooms, to the kitchens, to the life of novices and accepted. But everything has changed. They are no longer just students of the one power. They are secret agents in a war where the enemy sleeps in the next room, and a single mistake means death. The Merlin has cast her nets, and the hunt begins. Chapter 15. The Grey Man. The corridors of the White Tower, usually bastions of silence and stone, now seemed to e-gwayn and Nai-neeve like the throat of a beast waiting to swallow them whole. Having just left the study of the Aiel seat, the weight of their new, secret burden pressed down on them. They were no longer merely students. They had been deputized to hunt the Black Ajah, a task that stripped away the illusion of safety within these white walls. Nai-neeve, ever the protective wisdom despite her novice white, marched with a fury that barely masked her fear, tugging at her braid, a nervous tic that betrayed her internal turmoil. They discussed the terrifying reality that the enemy might already know their faces. Here, Robert Jordan masterfully juxtaposes the mundane. Servants hurrying about in soft slippers with the existential dread of hidden monsters. It highlights the isolation of the girls. They are surrounded by people, yet utterly alone in their knowledge. As they ascended toward the novice quarters, the threat manifested with lethal suddenness. A crossbow bolt, a blur of black death, hissed past e-gwayn's face, nicking her ear and shattering against the stone. Had she not paused at that exact second, she would have been dead. The violence of the moment shattered the scholarly atmosphere of the tower. Nai-neeve reacted not with panic, but with the instinctive, dangerous competence that defined her. She embraced saga, the female half of the One Power. For Nai-neeve, the power was always accessible through anger, a psychological block that protected her, but also limited her. Fueled by rage at the attempt on their lives, she spun a web of air. It was a weave she had only seen once, yet she replicated it flawlessly, a testament to her terrifying potential. They rounded the gallery to find their assailant, but the man was already beyond their justice. He hung suspended in Nai-neeve's trap of solidified air, a dagger buried in his chest. He was a nondescript man, so average he defied memory even while being looked at. This was a grey man, one of the soulless. These creatures traded their souls to the Dark One for the ability to go unnoticed, making them the perfect assassins. The presence of such a creature inside the White Tower was a catastrophic breach of security, suggesting the Shadow's reach was far longer than anyone dared admit. Sheriam Sedai, the mistress of novices, discovered them. Her composure cracked, revealing the genuine fear beneath the Aes Sedai mask of serenity. She confirmed the nature of the corpse, a grey man, the first to enter Tar Valon since the Trolloc Wars. Sheriam immediately moved to cover it up, weaving a dome of grey air over the body. Her reaction underscores the Aes Sedai obsession with control and appearance. Even in the face of the Shadow, preventing a scandal was paramount. She ordered the girls to silence, reinforcing the culture of secrecy that likely allowed the Black Ajah to fester in the first place. But the horror wasn't over. When e-gwayn returned to her room to fetch a cloak, she found the crossbow bolt gone. Someone else, likely another grey man or a black sister, had been there to sanitize the scene. The sanctuary of the tower was a lie. Chapter 16. Hunters 3. Seeking safety in numbers, the women gathered in Nai-neeve's room, a space that offered a semblance of comfort with its rug and fireplace. However, they found their sanctuary invaded by the masculine presence of Galad and Garwin, Elayne's brother and half-brother. The dynamic here shifts from horror to intricate character study. Galad Damodred, with his stunning beauty and grace, represented a peculiar kind of danger. Elayne described him as a man who would always do what was right, regardless of the human cost. He was a moral absolutist. If the rules said to turn in his own family, he would do it with a heavy heart. But he would do it. In the complex world of the White Tower, such rigid morality was a liability, making Galad someone they could not trust with their secrets. Garwin, by contrast, was driven by loyalty and passion, clearly besotted with e-gwayn, though she tried to deny her own flustered reaction to Galad's perfection. Nai-neeve, having no patience for handsome distractions or moralizing lectures, exerted her authority. She banished the princes from the room, proving that even without the shawl of an Aes Sedai, she possessed a command that few could resist. Once alone, the three women, e-gwayn, Nai-neeve, and Elayne, cemented their alliance. Nai-neeve revealed the Amyrlin's charge. They were to hunt the Black Ajah. Elayne, displaying the courage of the Lion Throne of Andor, refused to be left out. There is a profound psychological shift here. Elayne is no longer playing at adventure. She cites the history of her ancestor, Queen Modrellin, accepting that fear is the precursor to bravery. The conversation turned grim as they discussed Mat Cauthon. He lay wasting away from the taint of the Shadar Logoth dagger. Nai-neeve voiced a chilling suspicion. The Amyrlin seat viewed them all, including Mat, merely as tools. If Mat could not be healed, or if his death served the tower's purpose better, the Amyrlin might let him die. This realization marked the end of their innocence. They saw the White Tower not as a benevolent school of magic, but as a cold machine of politics and pragmatism. To survive, they would have to rely only on each other, forging a bond stronger than any oath. Chapter 17. The Red Sister. The sanctuary of the room was breached again, this time by a predator in silk. Elayne Sedai entered. Wearing her shawl with the red fringe, she embodied the Red Ajah's sternness and their hunt for men who channeled. Elayne's presence brought a different kind of tension. She was not the Amyrlin who manipulated with purpose. Elayne was a tyrant who sought control for its own sake. She knew the girls had left the tower without permission, and her interrogation was a masterclass in intimidation. She circled them like a hawk, picking apart their defenses, her eyes cold and probing. Jordan uses Elayne to personify the internal rot of the tower. She was suspicious, ambitious, and utterly convinced of her own righteousness. She threatened Elayne with the loss of her birthright, warning her that she could be the first queen of Andor to be Aes Sedai, or she could be nothing. It was a power play, an attempt to bring the daughter heir to heel. However, her true interest lay elsewhere. She probed for information about Rand al'Thor. She had sensed something about him, his Ta'veren nature, the way the pattern bent around him. Elayne's obsession with Rand foreshadowed the conflict to come. She saw him not as a person, but as a dangerous variable she needed to control or destroy. The interrogation was cut short by the arrival of Sheriam. The friction between the two Aes Sedai was palpable, a clash of Ajahs and authority. Sheriam, the blue to Elayne's red, shielded the girls, but the reprieve was brief. She commanded them to follow her deep into the tower. The time for talk was over. The Amyrlin was waiting, and Mat's fate hung in the balance. The girls were reminded again that they were small fish in a violently churning ocean. Chapter 18. Healing. Sheriam led them down into the bowels of the White Tower, past locked doors and through heavy silence. This was the heart of the Aes Sedai power, where Angreal was stored and the deepest secrets kept. They entered a sterile, stone-walled room where Mat Cauthon lay on a table, a husk of his former self. The scene was set with ritualistic precision. The Amyrlin seat and the keeper were there, along with a circle of powerful sisters, including Verin, Alanna, and others. The atmosphere was heavy with the scent of impending violence, psychic and magical. The Amyrlin produced a sangreal, a white-fluted wand of immense power. This object allowed a channeler to draw vastly more of the One power than they could unaided. The fact that they needed a sangreal, combined with a full circle of 13 women, underscored the severity of Mat's condition. The taint of Shadar Logoth was not merely a sickness, it was a parasitic evil that had dug its claws into his very soul. As the ritual began, the room flooded with the light of Saidar. To e-gwayn and Nai-neeve, who could sense the flows, it was an ocean of power that threatened to sweep them away. The The temptation to surrender to that bliss, to join the flow, was nearly overwhelming. It speaks to the addictive, seductive nature of the one power. It is life itself, magnified. Mat's body arched in agony. The healing was an exorcism. He fought against it, his hand gripping the ruby-hilted dagger as if it were his own heart. The Aes Sedai were ripping the evil out of him by force. Then the old blood sang. Mat, unconscious and thrashing, began to shout in the old tongue. He screamed battle cries of Manetheren, the dead nation that once stood where the two rivers now lay. He commanded soldiers to advance, shouting, "Karai and Kaldazar, for the honor of the Red Eagle." This moment is pivotal in the lore. It confirms that Mat is more than a gambler. He is a conduit for the past. The blood of the ancient heroes runs true in him. He screamed defiance at the Aes Sedai, yelling that he was a free man, not their meat. It was a rejection of their control, echoing the ancient distrust between the mountain men of Manetheren and the White Tower. With a final tearing wrench, the bond was severed. The dagger floated free, glowing with malevolent red light, before being sealed away in a lead-lined box. Mat collapsed, the connection broken, but the trauma remained. The aftermath was somber. The Aes Sedai were exhausted, wiping sweat from their brows. The Elayne confirmed that Mat would live, but she offered no comfort regarding the shouting. She acknowledged that the past and present had merged within him. Yet her demeanor remained cold. When e-gwayn asked to stay with her friend, she was dismissed. Mat was a patient, a subject, a problem solved. But the girls were novices with chores. As they left the room, the reality of their situation crystallized. They had seen the immense power of the tower, capable of snatching life back from the brink of shadow. But they had also seen the cold indifference with which that power was wielded. Mat was alive, but they were all still prisoners of the White Tower's grand design. Chapter 19. Awakening. Consciousness returns to Mat Cauthon, not with a sudden snap, but with a slow, drifting haze, the fog of a mind recently engaged in a war for its own survival. He stares up at a white plaster ceiling bordered by gilded leaves, a stark contrast to the rough sleeping conditions he has grown used to since leaving the two rivers. The mattress is soft, stuffed with feathers, screaming of wealth and comfort, yet his mind is a fractured mosaic of memories and fevered dreams. We see here the immediate psychological aftermath of the corruption he has endured. The boundary between Mat's reality and the echoes of the pattern is dangerously thin. He recalls wild flights, portal stones, and the Ogier Loyal. But amidst these recent memories, something ancient and dormant in his blood begins to stir. He mutters words in the old tongue, Muad'Drin Tiada Alende Kabadrin Radiem, a command for footmen to prepare for cavalry. This is a pivotal moment for Mat's character. He is not merely a farm boy who speaks gibberish, he is channeling the ancestral memory of Manetheren. He hallucinates, or perhaps remembers, a desperate battle where he commands the Heart Guard against a tide of Trollocs. He feels the heat of the sun, the desperation of the Red Eagle, and the weight of command. It is a glimpse into the military genius that the wheel is weaving into him, a sharp juxtaposition to the scoundrel persona he tries to maintain. The gambler is being forged into a general, whether he wants it or not. But the vision shatters, leaving him weak, gaunt, and famished. The reality of his situation sets in. He is in the White Tower. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. He remembers the Shadar Logoth dagger, the ruby-hilted curse that nearly hollowed him out. He has been healed, purged of the taint that was slowly consuming his soul, but the cost is evident in his wasted frame. Mat's survival instinct, his defining trait, immediately kicks in. He finds food, a feast fit for 4 men, and consumes it with the ravenous hunger of a body rebuilding itself from the brink of death. As he eats, His mind races, calculating odds like the gambler he is. He is in the stronghold of the Aes Sedai, the very women he trusts least in the world. He remembers the teachings of his father, Abel. Approach a problem from every angle. He resolves to escape. His internal monologue reveals a man desperate to reclaim his agency. He thinks of his friends, Rand, who can channel and is therefore a figure of terror and tragedy, Perrin with his golden eyes, and the girls, e-gwayn and Nai-neeve, who have willingly walked into the tower's maw. Mat decides he is the only sane one left. He plans to find the girls, grab his dice, and vanish before the Aes Sedai can use him. He finds his dice cups, a small comfort and a symbol of the luck he relies upon, and prepares to flee. But the pattern has other plans, and the door to his room is not a barrier to the forces converging upon him. Chapter 20. Visitations. The first visitation comes not from his jailers, but from an enigma. A woman enters, breathtaking in white silk and silver, possessing a beauty so profound it sucks the air from the room. She calls herself Elayne. This interaction is a masterclass in manipulation. Elayne is not Aes Sedai. She wears no ring, and her presence lacks the cool detachment of the tower. Instead, she radiates a different kind of power, predatory, confident, and regal. She plays perfectly into Mat's existing paranoia. She confirms his darkest fears, that the Aes Sedai intend to use him, that they are untrustworthy, and that the Black Ajah, the dark reflection of the tower, is real. Elayne offers an alternative: glory. She speaks to the part of Mat that craves respect and autonomy, promising him greatness if he follows her instead of the Aiel seat. It is a temptation of the shadow, subtle and alluring. She hints that she knows things the Aes Sedai hide, that his father came looking for him and was turned away, that Rand is in peril. When she leaves, vanishing as silently as smoke, Mat is left sweating, terrified, and more confused than ever. He senses the trap closing around him, caught between the overt control of the tower and the seductive danger of this mysterious woman. He barely has time to process this when the second visitation occurs. The Aiel seat herself, Siuan Sanche, enters with the keeper, Elayne. The shift in atmosphere is palpable. Where Elayne was soft silk hiding a dagger, Siuan is granite and storms. She catches Mat trying to leave, clutching his blanket and dice, and immediately asserts dominance. Siuan strips away Mat's attempts at evasion. She confirms the severity of his condition. He was not merely sick. He was carrying a concentrated evil that killed a city. But then she drops the true weight of his burden. She reveals that he is linked to the Horn of Valera. He was the one who sounded it at Falme. This revelation horrifies Mat. He wants to be free of destiny, yet he is now tethered to the greatest legend of the age. Siuan explains the cold, hard logic of his imprisonment. He cannot leave because he is a beacon. The shadow knows the horn has been found. If Mat walks out of Tar Valon, he walks into the hands of dark friends and Myrddraal. The Aiel is not keeping him merely to control him, but to preserve a weapon for the light. She demands he stay until he is fully healed, not out of kindness, but out of necessity. Mat is left alone again, the room feeling like a cold cell. He realizes he is the rope in a tug-of-war between the Aiel and Elayne, between duty and dark ambition. He resolves to find a third option, the luck of the draw, and a way out that belongs only to him. Chapter 21. A World of Dreams. The narrative shifts to the labyrinthine corridors of the Brown Ajah, where dust motes dance in the silence and knowledge is hoarded like gold. e-gwayn Alvear, weary from the drudgery of novice chores, answers a summons from Verin Mathwin. Verin's quarters are a physical manifestation of her mind, cluttered, chaotic, yet holding profound secrets. Strange instruments, maps of the stars and the bones of long-dead beasts fill the room. A small owl, perched atop a Trolloc skull, watches with blinking eyes, a symbol of wisdom resting on the face of violence. Verin is ostensibly a distracted scholar, but her conversation with e-gwayn hints at the terrifying depth of her knowledge. She shows e-gwayn a fragment of text from the Breaking of the World, speaking of Baalzamon, the heart of the dark. It is a chilling reminder of the enemy they face, a force of paradox and chaos that defies logic. But the true purpose of the meeting is the cosmology of the wheel itself. Verin draws lines in the dust, explaining a multiverse theory that expands the scope of the world significantly. She speaks of the pattern of an age and the greater age lace, suggesting that every choice creates a divergent world. However, she emphasizes a terrifying constant. The Dark One is imprisoned in all worlds, and if he is freed in one, he is freed in all. It is a high-stakes metaphysical reality that underlines the importance of the Dragon Reborn. Verin then introduces the concept of Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams. This is not the realm of ordinary nightmares, but a dimension that intersects all others, a place where reality is malleable, but the dangers are physical. She reveals that e-gwayn has the potential to be a dreamer, a talent unseen in the tower for nearly 5 centuries. In a move that borders on the reckless or the calculated, Verin gives e-gwayn a ter'angreal, a twisted stone ring that allows access to this dream world. She warns of the dangers, showing a scar she received within the dream, yet she entrusts this artifact to a mere accepted. It is a moment that highlights the ambiguity of the Brown sister. Is she simply fostering talent, or is she using e-gwayn as a piece in a game the girl does not yet understand? E-gwayn takes the ring, her ambition outweighing her fear. She hides it away, accepting the burden of secret power. As she leaves, the reader is left with the sense that the White Tower is not a sanctuary, but a training ground for weapons, where ancient artifacts and dangerous knowledge are handed out to those brave enough or foolish enough to use them. The stage is set for a journey not just across the land, but into the terrifying landscape of the mind itself. Chapter 22. The Price of the Ring. The White Tower is often viewed as a sanctuary of knowledge and power, a monolithic structure of ivory soaring above the island of Tar Valon. Yet beneath the polished stone and the serenity of the Aes Sedai lies a foundation built on trauma, testing, and the ruthless stripping away of the self. e-gwayn Alver discovers this duality firsthand as she is hurried through the stone roots of the tower, descending physically and metaphorically into the institution's darkest requirements. Guided by Sheriam, the mistress of novices, e-gwayn is rushed toward her, raising to the rank of accepted. There is a frenetic energy to the summons. The Amelin seat herself has ordered this advancement without delay, a break in custom that hints at the desperate times approaching. e-gwayn, clutching secret papers revealing the existence of the Black Ajah, a dark cancer within the tower itself, fears discovery. She carries the weight of a spy while preparing to bare her soul. They arrive in a cavernous domed chamber deep within the bedrock. Here, the air is stale with ancient solemnity. Waiting for them is Elayne of the Red Ajah, a woman carved from cold iron and disdain. Elayne's antagonism is palpable. She views e-gwayn not as a student to be molded, but as a dangerous wilder who should be cast out. This tension highlights the internal politics of the tower. Talent is often feared as much as it is respected. The focus of the room is the ter'angreal, 3 silver arches resting on a ring, a remnant of the Age of Legends. It is a machine designed to harvest fear. To become accepted, a novice must enter 3 times, for what was, what is, and what will be, and choose to return each time. It is a ritual of abandonment, forcing the initiate to prioritize the White Tower above all previous loves, lives, and loyalties. e-gwayn steps into the first arch, and the stone room vanishes. She finds herself in the 2 rivers, But it is a life that never was, yet painfully could have been. She is married to Rand al'Thor. They have a daughter, Joya. The brilliance of this test lies in its cruelty. It does not frighten e-gwayn with monsters initially, but with happiness. It weaponizes her own heart. She sees Rand, not as the Dragon Reborn burdened by prophecy, but as a loving husband and father. However, the shadow looms even here. Rand suffers from blinding headaches, the symptom of a man channeling Sidene, destined to go mad and rot if left untreated. The insidious nature of the test reveals itself. To pass, e-gwayn must leave. A disembodied voice warns her, the way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She must choose her ambition and her duty over her child. As Rand screams in agony and her daughter laughs in the cradle, e-gwayn forces herself to step back through the silver arch. She abandons the domestic bliss she once thought she wanted, proving to the tower and to herself that she is no longer a village girl. She returns to the chamber weeping, haunted by the ghost of a daughter who never truly existed, yet felt entirely real. Sheriam offers no coddling, only the grim reminder that there is always a price. e-gwayn must enter the second arch. This time, the vision shifts from past possibilities to a horrifying present. She stands in the ruins of Camelin. The city is a broken skeleton of stone. The royal palace is shattered. This is a vision of the world if the shadow prevails. Trollocs and Myrddraal prowl the streets, hunting. e-gwayn finds Rand trapped beneath a massive beam of timber and stone, his body crushed, his mind holding back the tides of madness by a thread. Here, Robert Jordan introduces a terrifying piece of law that fundamentally changes the stakes of the series. Rand begs e-gwayn to kill him. He reveals that death is not the worst fate. If the Myrddraal and Dreadlords take him, they can turn him. This concept of turning, forcing a channeler to the shadow against their will, adds a layer of spiritual violation to the physical threat. Rand pleads for mercy, for death, to save his soul. e-gwayn is paralyzed by the dichotomy of her love and her duty. She cannot bring herself to murder him, even as an act of mercy. As the silver arch appears, beckoning her to safety, Rand screams for help. For the second time, she turns her back on him to save herself, stepping out of the nightmare and back into the cold reality of the testing chamber. The guilt is corrosive. She has washed her hands of him twice now. The third arch awaits. The future. e-gwayn steps through and finds herself looking into a mirror, wearing the seven-striped stole of the Aiel seat. This is a jarring shifting of gears. The test plays on her subconscious ambition, or perhaps a prophecy of her ultimate destiny. But the dream logic is fractured. She feels like a novice in the Amelin's clothes. She is presiding over the hall of the tower, with Elayne as a glaring subordinate. Rand is brought before her in chains. He has been captured, and the hall demands he be gentled, cut off from the one power forever. The scene is a manifestation of e-gwayn's fear of powerlessness, despite holding the highest office. When she refuses to pass the sentence, Elayne turns the hall against her, but the horror escalates beyond political coup. The Red Sisters reveal themselves as Black Ajah. The law implies that the number 13 is significant. 13 channelers and 13 Myrddraal are required to turn someone to the shadow. In this nightmarish future, e-gwayn faces this exact coalition. They intend to strip her of the power and turn her. Terror triggers a primal response. e-gwayn, in the vision, embraces the source with a violence that defies training. She becomes a hurricane of destruction, lashing out with the power, shattering the illusion. But reality and the vision begin to bleed together. The ter'angreal in the real world begins to scream with resonance. The secret ring e-gwayn carries, the dream ter'angreal given to her by Verin, is reacting to the testing arches. The stability of the test collapses. The way back begins to dissolve. e-gwayn is not just fighting a vision, she is fighting to exist. As the arch flickers and fades, she throws herself through the thinning veil of magic, narrowly escaping being erased from the pattern entirely. Chapter 23, Sealed. E-gwayn tumbles out of the arch, the white light searing her memory. She has returned, but the atmosphere in the chamber has shifted from ritualistic solemnity to panicked relief. The ter'angreal is vibrating, glowing with violent, discordant colors. The resonance between the arches and the stolen dream ring in e-gwayn's pouch nearly caused a catastrophic meltdown. The Aes Sedai present, usually masks of composure, are visibly shaken. She is quickly washed, a symbolic cleansing of the sins and lives she left behind in the arches. The Aiel seat pours the water, pronouncing her washed clean of e-gwayn Alvere of Eamon's Field. It is a baptism of erasure. She is now accepted. She is given the ring of the Great Serpent, but the triumph is hollow, filled with the ashes of the trauma she just endured. The psychological toll is immediate. E-gwayn expects comfort, but receives a cold shoulder from Elayne, who reiterates her disgust. Elayne views e-gwayn's survival not as a sign of strength, but of dangerous unpredictability. To the Red Sister, e-gwayn is a wilder in spirit, uncontrollable, and therefore a threat to the Tower's order. However, a strange interaction occurs with Alanna Mosvani of the Green Ajah. Alanna is oddly apologetic, almost frantic in her desire to atone for the malfunction of the arches, even offering to scrub floors as penance. This behavior is erratic, raising flags in e-gwayn's mind. In the paranoid atmosphere of the Tower, where the Black Ajah is a confirmed reality, every oddity looks like guilt. Is Alanna merely emotional, characteristic of the Battle Ajah, which embraces passion, or was the malfunction an assassination attempt? The text uses this moment to clarify the philosophy of the Green Ajah. Unlike the detached whites or the political blues, the Greens love men and stand ready for the last battle. They are the warriors. This context helps explain Alanna's intensity, but it doesn't fully assuage e-gwayn's suspicions. The Tower is a place where trust is the first casualty. E-gwayn is dismissed, her mind reeling. She has the ring, she has the rank, but she feels flayed open. The test forces a confrontation with one's deepest fears, and for e-gwayn those fears are centered on her inability to save the people she loves, specifically Rand. She seeks refuge in the quarters of the accepted, finding Nai-neeve and Elayne. The scene is a stark contrast to the cold stone of the testing chamber. Here, there is warmth, but it is the warmth of shared grief. Elayne is weeping in Nai-neeve's lap. They have all passed through the arches. They have all seen the lives they had to murder to be here. When e-gwayn breaks down, confessing that she left Rand to die in her vision, that she abandoned him to the shadow, Nai-neeve offers the only comfort the White Tower allows. She does not tell e-gwayn that it wasn't real, because the pain is real. She simply holds her. The chapter closes on a somber note. The price of the ring is not just the danger of the test, but the permanent scarring of the soul. These women are being forged into weapons, and the tempering process requires them to become something harder, colder, and more dangerous than they were before. They are united now, not just by friendship, but by the shared trauma of their ambition. They are accepted, but they are also wounded, and in the White Tower, a wound is just another place to hide a knife. Chapter 24. Scouting and Discoveries. Sunlight, pale and golden, creeps across the carved shutters of the White Tower, finding Mat Cauthon in his bed. Waking is not a gentle process for him. It is a sudden confrontation with reality. He lies there, the fog of his recent healing still clinging to the edges of his mind, but a fierce determination burns through the haze. He has no plan, only a desperate need to escape the island city of Tar Valon. When the serving women arrive, bustling with the cheerful condescension one might offer an invalid, Mat plays the part, though his patience wears thin. But as the smell of ham and turnips fills the room, a primal, cavernous hunger takes over. This is not merely an appetite. It is the physical demand of a body rebuilding itself after being nearly consumed by the taint of Shadar Logoth. He devours everything, surprising even himself. Looking in the mirror, the hollows of his cheeks are filling, the dark circles vanishing. The dagger is gone, but it has left a void that demands to be filled, with food, with life, and eventually, with luck. Dressed in his boots and coat, Mat ignores the spare clothes. He tucks his dice cups into his pocket, a small, seemingly insignificant action that heralds the emergence of his new identity. He steps out into the corridors of the tower, a fox venturing into a den of wolves. The hallways are grand, lined with golden wood and tapestries, yet to Mat, they are merely the walls of a prison. He wanders the grounds, affecting the air of a country bumpkin to avoid suspicion. He sees the bustling industry of the tower, novices, accepted, servants, but his mind is fixed on the perimeter. He needs a way out. His scouting brings him to a flagstoned yard where bridge guards are tending their gear. Here Mat's mask slips slightly as he seeks information. He speaks with a scarred Elayne guard, casual questions masking his intent. The news is grim. To the east and west, the white cloaks are prowling, a fanatical noose tightening around the city, but the guard reveals something far more troubling. Mat is already a marked man. The Aes Sedai have drilled his description into every guard's memory. He is a guest who must not leave, tied hand and foot if necessary. The guard even suspects Mat of being the man who tried to sell a battered horn recently. The irony is sharp. Mat is the horn sounder, but he denies it with the indignation of the innocent. He plays the invalid card again, forcing a laugh about needing to regain his strength, and retreats. His escape routes blocked by orders and armies, Mat retreats into the gardens, the weight of the tower pressing on his shoulders. It is here he encounters a ghost from his past, or so it seems. Else Grinwell, the flirtatious farm girl he met months ago, is here as a novice. But when he calls out to her, the reception is icy. This Else is cold, imperious and dismissive, possessing a self-assurance that jars against his memories of her. She rebuffs him and hurries away. Mat is left confused, sensing something wrong but unable to place it. He does not know it yet, but he has just brushed shoulders with a disguise worn by the shadow. Seeking distraction, Mat follows the clatter of wood on wood to a practice yard. Here, the warders and their students dance the deadly dance of the sword. It is a place of masculine grace and violence, a sharp contrast to the soft power of the Aes Sedai halls. Mat watches, juggling stones, his eyes drawn to two young men sparring under the watchful eye of Hamar, a blocky warder. He recognizes them, Gawyn Trakand and Galad Damadred, Elayne's brothers, the princes of Andor. They are skilled, moving with the fluidity of years of training, especially Galad, whose beauty is matched only by his lethal precision. When they notice Mat, the interaction is cordial, but laced with the unconscious arrogance of the highborn. They speak of swords and training, and Mat, stung by their assumptions and perhaps fueled by the recklessness of his new freedom, makes a boast. He claims he can beat them both, at once, with a quarterstaff. It is a ludicrous proposition, two trained swordsmen against a sickly farm boy with a stick. But Mat presses the wager, 2 silver marks. It is here that the psychological shift in Mat becomes undeniable. He is not just gambling for money, he is testing the universe, leaning into the chaotic swirl of chance. The fight begins. It is not a brawl, it is a lesson in history. As Mat holds the staff, the old tongue spills from his lips. Words he shouldn't know, memories of battles he didn't fight. Manetheren. The staff becomes an extension of his will. He flows through their defenses, the quarterstaff striking with the speed of a striking viper. He trips Gawyn, disarms Galad, and dances between them. It is the triumph of the common man's practical skill over the rigid forms of the aristocracy. But it is also the surfacing of Mat's ancestral memories. But the dance turns dark. As the fight drags on, Mat's stamina fails. The hunger returns, a black hole opening inside him. In a fugue of adrenaline and starvation, he batters Galad's defenses, breaking through, striking hard. He drives the staff into Galad's stomach and stands poised to deliver a killing blow to the throat. Reality snaps back. He stops, horrified. He almost killed a man in a practice yard. Hammer, the warder, uses the moment to teach a lesson about Jerome, the greatest blademaster who was defeated only once, by a farmer with a quarterstaff. Mat collects his winnings, his hands trembling. He mutters in the old tongue again, unnerving the warder, and limps away, richer in coin, but terrified by the stranger waking up inside his own skin. Chapter 25. Questions. The focus shifts to the women, trapped in a different kind of cage within the tower. e-gwayn lies across Nai-neeve's bed, exhaustion heavy in the air. The room is thick with tension and the smell of stale anxiety. Elayne is on the floor, poring over a list of names provided by Verin Sedai, while Nai-neeve paces, her temper a coiled spring. They are hunting the Black Ajah, a task that seems impossible. The list of 13 names seems random, different ages, different regions, different Ajahs, but as Elayne astutely points out, the lack of a pattern is the pattern. The randomness is too perfect, engineered to hide any connection. It is a chilling realization. The shadow is organized, meticulous, and hiding in plain sight. e-gwayn is fighting battles on two fronts. Awake, she hunts the Black Ajah. Asleep, she is assaulted by the prophetic nightmares of a dreamer. She sees the Shonchan, not gone but waiting. She sees Rand, reaching for a crystal sword that represents his destiny, unaware of the nets falling upon him. She sees Perrin with falcons and hawks, and Mat with his eye on a balance scale, Mat hanging from a tree. The imagery is gruesome and specific, foretelling suffering and sacrifice that she cannot yet understand. The trauma of her captivity by the Shonchan bleeds into these visions, particularly in dreams of women collared and forced to call lightning. The conversation turns to the ter'angreals stolen by Liandrin and the Dark Sisters. The list is terrifying. Items of the one power with uses unknown, or uses too dangerous to contemplate. Balefire, dreamwalkers, and a stone ring. e-gwayn retrieves the ring from its hiding place in a soot-stained stocking. It is a twisted band of striped, flecked stone. It is the key to Tel Aranhayod, the world of dreams. Despite the danger, despite Verin's warnings, e-gwayn decides she must use it. It is their only edge. It is a brave, perhaps reckless choice, born of the necessity to be more than just a victim of the tower's intrigues. Suddenly the door opens. Else Grinwell stands there. Just as with Mat, her demeanor is slightly off, watchful, calm. She delivers a message from the Merlin seat. The belongings of the Black Sisters have been stored in the library basement. Then she vanishes. The skepticism in the room is palpable. Why would the Merlin trust a loose-tongued novice like Elsa with such a secret? Nai-neeve, suspicious and proactive, decides they must act immediately before the trap, if it is one, springs shut. e-gwayn, however, dashes after Elsa. She needs to understand. Chapter 26. Behind a lock. e-gwayn runs through the spiraling ramps of the tower, chasing the white flash of a novice's dress. But when she corners her quarry, it is not Elsa Grinwell she finds. Standing at the foot of a ramp is a woman of breathtaking, terrifying beauty. Clad in silver and white silk, she possesses a presence that makes e-gwayn feel like a grubby child. The woman's eyes are dark pools of command. She mocks e-gwayn's haste, her voice radiating a power that dwarfs the Aes Sedai. She does not give her name, but the audience knows. This is Lanfear, one of the Forsaken, walking the halls of her enemies with impunity. She dismisses e-gwayn with a gesture, and the compulsion is so strong that e-gwayn obeys, before she can even think to resist. When she turns back, the woman is gone. The encounter leaves a lingering sense of violation and inadequacy. E-gwayn has brushed against a power vast and ancient, and she is shaken. Regrouping, e-gwayn joins Nai-neeve and Elayne. She keeps the encounter to herself, a secret fear to add to the pile. They descend into the bowels of the great library. The atmosphere changes as they go underground. The air becomes still, the weight of the tower's knowledge pressing down on them. Nai-neeve leads them to a storeroom deep in the second basement. The door is secured not with wards, but with a simple, heavy iron chain and a new lock. It is an anomaly in the tower, a crude physical barrier in a place of magic. Here we see the growing competence of the young women. Nai-neeve, fueled by her ever-present anger, embraces Saidar. But it is e-gwayn who shows a subtle mastery. She senses the metal of the chain, an affinity for earth that is rare among women. She feels the structure of the iron. Nai-neeve, impatient and powerful, weaves flows of air and pries the chain until it snaps. But e-gwayn's sensory perception highlights how their talents are diverging and developing. Inside the dusty room, they find 13 bags sealed with the flame of Tar Valon, the belongings of the murderers. They tear through the sacks, invading the privacy of the women who betrayed them. Amidst the mundane detritus of clothes and stockings, they find the clues. It is almost too easy. A torn map of Tyr, lists of ships sailing for Tyr, a book about the Tyran court. Every single Black Sister has left a breadcrumb trail pointing to the great city of the south, the city that holds the stone of Tyr and the sword that cannot be touched. Nai-neeve voices the thought that hangs heavy in the dust-mote-filled air. It is bait. It is a trap so obvious that it feels like an insult. The Black Ajah wants to be followed. They are luring the Wonder Girls to the stone. But knowing it is a trap does not mean they can ignore it. The pattern of the story is pulling them south, toward the Dragon Reborn and the fulfillment of prophecy. They gather the evidence, hiding it away, and make their pact. Tonight, e-gwayn will slip the stone ring onto her finger. She will walk the world of dreams to find the truth behind the bait. They are no longer merely surviving. They are hunting, walking, open-eyed into the dark. Chapter 27. Tel Aranrayod. The White Tower, usually a bastion of serenity and stone, has become a suffocating cage of suspicion. We find Egwene Alver settled in a room that feels far too grand for an accepted, a space that should offer comfort with its floral rugs and wide bed. Yet it offers none. There is a profound psychological weight settling upon the three young women, e-gwayn, Nai-neeve, and Elayne. They are caught in a liminal space, no longer novices, but not yet sisters, and thrust into a clandestine war against the Black Ajah. The mundane reality of their punishment, scrubbing pots and puzzling over the artifacts found in the storeroom, clashes violently with the lethal stakes of their situation. Even their downtime is fraught with nervous energy. Elayne chatters about joining the Green Ajah and marrying a warder, a fantasy of romance and agency that highlights just how young they still are, despite the power they wield. E-gwayn feels a pang of jealousy regarding Rand, a vestige of a life left behind in the Two Rivers. It is a moment of poignant human frailty. She knows she cannot have him, yet the heart is slow to accept what the mind knows. But the night holds a darker purpose than girlhood gossip. E-gwayn intends to use the twisted stone ring, the ter'angreal given to her by Verin, to enter Tel Aranrayod, the world of dreams. It is a decision born of desperation. The fear of the grey men, soulless assassins, and the hidden Black Ajah prove stronger than the fear of the unknown. E-gwayn enters the dream. At first, the unseen world seduces her with perfection. It creates an idyllic landscape of rolling hills and wildflowers, a reflection of her desire for safety and beauty, where she wears fine silk and the One Power flows through her like a gentle breeze. But Tel Aranrayod is treacherous, responding instantly to stray thoughts and fears. The dream shifts. She is suddenly in a dark, dank hallway, the atmosphere heavy with dread. She opens a door to find Perrin Ibera. But this is not the blacksmith we know. This is a representation of his internal struggle. He is chained to a black pillar, straining against his bonds, with a wolf lying beside him. When the wolf looks at e-gwayn, it is with the eyes of a predator. This is a manifestation of the wolf brothers' duality. E-gwayn, not understanding the reality of Perrin's connection to the wolves, tries to wake him with the power, but the dream rejects her intrusion. The wolf, Hopper, warns her away. It is a jarring reminder that even in dreams her friends are fighting battles she cannot comprehend. The scene shifts again, driven by her anxiety. Now she finds Rand al'Thor. He sits by a smokeless fire in a dark forest, looking exhausted and dangerous. This is a harrowing glimpse into the Dragon Reborn's fracturing psyche. He reacts to her presence with hostility, believing her to be another trick of the Dark One. He speaks of faces sent to tempt him, his mother, his father. The pressure of his destiny is crushing him, paring him down to paranoia and a sword of fire. E-gwayn tries to restrain him with air, but he shatters her weave effortlessly. The power gap between them has become an abyss. Fleeing the nightmare of Rand, e-gwayn forces the dream ring to take her to the answers she seeks. She is transported to the heart of the stone in Tyr. The architecture is massive, dominated by redstone columns, and there, suspended in mid-air, is the sword that is not a sword, Callandor. It revolves slowly, a crystalline weapon of immense power, shielded by a weave of both saidar and saidin. Here she meets an old woman calling herself Sylvie. This figure is a grotesque caricature of a servant, humpbacked, warty, and obsequious. Yet there is a sinister undercurrent to Sylvie's knowledge. She mocks the High Lords of Tyr and even calls Ishmael a fool. This is no ordinary dream figure. The level of detail and the specific knowledge of the Forsaken suggests a mask worn by someone powerful. Sylvie reveals that the Black Ajah and the High Lords fear the power, yet hoard it. She hints that the trap is set here in the stone. The danger of the dream world becomes physically manifest when e-gwayn tries to leave. Sylvie grabs her, and as e-gwayn wakes, the sensation of touch translates into searing pain. She jolts awake in her bed in Tar Valon, not just frightened, but physically hurt. This confirms the deadly nature of Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. What happens there is real. The three women now have a destination. The Black Ajah is in Tyr. The trap is laid, and they decide, with the courage of those who have no other choice, to spring it. Chapter 28. A Way Out. The narrative shifts to a lighter yet equally tense dynamic as the three women visit Mat Cauthon. Mat is recovering in his room, devouring food with the ravenous appetite of someone who has been healed from a connection to Shadar Logoth. He is the quintessential reluctant hero, clinging to his roguish charm and independence even as the webs of destiny tighten around him. The interaction here is a masterclass in character dynamics. Nai-neeve, e-gwayn, and Elayne enter with a synchronized intent that immediately puts Mat on the defensive. He sees their smiles as a warning sign. Three pretty women mean run for the hills, as he recalls his father saying. There is a deep irony in Mat's perception. He views them as meddlers or complications, failing to fully grasp the lethal seriousness of the game they are playing. He just wants to gamble and dance. They are trying to save the world. Elayne attempts to charm him into carrying a letter to her mother, Queen Morgus. It is a request that carries treasonous weight, given Elayne's disappearance. Mat, stubborn and wary of Aes Sedai machinations, initially refuses. He is desperate to leave Tar Valon, feeling the Amarlin's restrictions like a physical cage. He reveals that Siwan Sanche has barred him from the bridges and ships, likely to keep him close while they study the effects of the ruby dagger and the horn of Valere. The women, however, hold the key to his freedom. They present him with a document signed by the Elayne seat herself, granting the bearer freedom of movement. It is a chaotic, dangerous gift. Stolen or forged, Mat doesn't know, but it is his ticket out. The scene highlights Mat's chaotic, neutral nature. He agrees to the mission not out of duty or honor, but as a transaction for his own liberty. As they depart, there is a lingering sense of melancholy. They speak of Eamon's field, of home. It is a grounding moment, reminding us that beneath the magic and the politics, they are displaced country folk, missing a simpler life that no longer exists for them. Mat watches them leave, clutching the paper that is both his freedom and his new burden. He dances a jig, convinced he has outwitted the Aes Sedai, unaware that in taking the letter, he's stepping exactly where the pattern needs him to be. Chapter 29. A Trap to Spring. We return to the heat and grease of the kitchens, a setting that serves as a purgatory for the three accepted. The imagery here is tactile and oppressive. The smell of roasting meat, the sweat, the relentless turning of the spit. It is a stark contrast to the lofty heights of the White Tower's spires. Here, Nai-neeve, Elayne, and e-gwayn are stripped of their status, forced to submit to the tyranny of Mistress Laras. Laras is a formidable figure, a woman whose authority in the kitchen supersedes even the Aes Sedai in her mind. Nai-neeve's internal monologue is a fury of indignation. She is a woman of power, a former wisdom, yet she must bow and scrape before a cook. This humiliation, however, is the perfect cover. The Aiel seat, Siuan Sanche, enters the kitchens. The scene that follows is a piece of high political theatre. To the onlookers, Siuan is a terrifying tyrant, inspecting pots and terrifying novices. She scolds Elayne loudly, using the public dressing down to mask a covert briefing. It is a dangerous dance of deception. While pretending to inspect the spit, Siuan whispers grim tidings to Nai-neeve. We learn the depths of the danger permeating the tower. The Else Grinwell who gave the girls the clues was an impostor, likely a disguise of the Black Ajah or a Forsaken, because the real Else was sent home days ago. Even worse, a grey man, an assassin who is nearly impossible to notice, was found dead in Sheriam's bed. This detail injects a horrific intimacy into the threat. If a senior Aes Sedai like Sheriam is being targeted in her own sleep, no one is safe. Siuan confirms the significance of the destination e-gwayn saw in her dream. She explains the nature of Callandor. It is not merely a sword, it is a sangreal, one of the most powerful artifacts in existence, capable of magnifying the one power to city-destroying levels. The irony is palpable. The High Lords of Tyr, who hate and fear the power, guard the very object that could be their undoing. They perform rituals around it, trying to contain a prophecy they cannot stop. The Elayne admits she cannot protect the girls. She's cutting them loose, allowing them to be the hounds to hunt the Black Ajah, rather than waiting to be the prey. She will provide gold and a cover story that they have been sent to a farm for punishment, but they are effectively on their own. The chapter concludes with a sense of grim determination. The trap is obvious. The enemy wants them in Tyr, but Nai-neeve, exhibiting the stubborn bravery that defines her, decides that the only way to deal with a trap is to spring it on her own terms. As the Elayne sweeps out, leaving a confused but pleased Laras in her wake, the three young women prepare to abandon the safety of the tower. They are washing the grease from their hands, but they are about to get their hands far dirtier in the world outside. Chapter 30. The First Toss. We begin in the stillness of the White Tower, where the air itself seems heavy with the one power and secrets. Mat Cauthon, recently severed from the parasitic corruption of the Shadar Logoth dagger, finds himself in a state of voracious, almost primal recovery. He is not merely hungry, he is a void demanding to be filled. As he devours everything the serving women bring, winter wrinkled apples, wedges of cheese, heavy loaves, we see a survival instinct kicking into overdrive. He hoards food in his wardrobe, a squirrel preparing for a long winter, or perhaps a prisoner planning a desperate escape. When Anaya Sedai visits him, we witness the birth of Mat the Trickster in his interactions with the White Tower. He offers her the grin he used to reserve for his mother when he was up to no good, a mask of innocence over a mind racing with escape plans. He plays the role of the recovering patient perfectly, lulling the Aes Sedai into a false sense of security. But beneath the banter lies a deep-seated trauma. Anaya's healing touch sends cold chills through him, a somatic reminder that to Mat, the one power is something to be feared, not revered. He leaves the tower not with a bang, but with a calculated shuffle, disguised by a cloak and his quarterstaff, passing guards who see only a harmless vagabond. Once he crosses the square and enters the sprawling, multicultural tapestry of Tar Valon, the narrative shifts. Mat believes he is free, but the pattern has not let him go. It has simply changed the nature of his chains. He heads for the harbour, humming a tune, intending to flee to Aringil. But the city pulls him in. The architecture of Tar Valon, with its Ogier-built towers and bridges that span the sky, serves as a backdrop to a strange fever that grips him. He enters the gambling dens, and here the luck truly manifests for the first time as a tangible, overwhelming force. This is not the random chance of a farm boy. This is the probability-bending nature of a tavern. He tosses the dice, and they obey him. Silver turns to gold. He moves from tavern to tavern, driven by a restless energy he cannot articulate. He wins every toss. The psychological toll of this perfection is subtle but terrifying. When the dice tumble to reveal 5 crowns for the 5th time, and a scarred man mutters about the Dark One's own luck, Mat snaps. The violence of his reaction, pinning the man against the wall, reveals his deepest fear, that he hasn't truly escaped the shadow, that the dagger still owns a piece of his soul. Fleeing the tavern, Mat finds the night streets of South Harbour are not empty. He is hunted. We see his transition from a victim to a survivor as he navigates the urban landscape, using the quarterstaff and his agility to scale a frieze of stone grape leaves. He moves across the rooftops, a shadow among shadows. But the climax of the night awaits him on a high stone bridge. He is ambushed. In the struggle that follows, we see a darker edge to Mat Cauthon. Balancing on a railing over a 30-foot drop, staring into the face of a would-be assassin, Mat makes a choice. He effectively tosses the dice with his own life. They fall, and his attacker dies, impaled on his own dagger. This is a pivotal moment of loss of innocence, the realization that he is playing a game with lethal stakes. Shaken, adrenaline crashing into exhaustion, he seeks the light of an inn called the Woman of Tanchico, desperate for normalcy in a world gone mad. Chapter 31. The Woman of Tanchico. The atmosphere shifts from the cold, dangerous streets to the warm, murmuring interior of the inn. But even here, there is an undercurrent of sorrow. Mat finds a ghost from his past, Tom Merrilin. The gleeman, usually a figure of sharp wit and grandeur, is reduced to a shadow of himself, performing on a tabletop with a distinct lack of joy. He recites the tale of Mara and the 3 foolish kings, but the performance is heavy with personal grief. When Mat approaches him, the reunion is not one of joyous celebration, but of stark reality. Tom is drinking to forget, forgetting Dana, the woman he loved and lost in Carrion, and forgetting the guilt that eats at him. We get a glimpse into the tragic psyche of the gleeman. He sees himself as poison to those he cares for. He pushes Mat away, his cynicism acting as a shield. The 2 serving women, Mada and Sal, hover over Tom like protective spirits, highlighting how the old man still draws affection even in his ruin, yet he feels unworthy of it. Mat, however, is the catalyst Tom needs. Mat's hunger, literally tearing into 3 roast chickens, contrasts with Tom's weariness. Mat refuses to indulge Tom's self-pity. He offers a direction: Camelin. The mention of the Andorran capital and the Queen sparks a flicker of life in the old man's eyes. It is a dangerous spark, fueled by the complex history Tom shares with Morghese, but it is better than the slow death of wine. The dynamic between them is re-established, the gruff mentor and the troublesome charge, though the roles are blurring. As they leave the inn, the serving girl Sal gives Mat a silver mark and a compliment about his pretty eyes, a moment of levity that underscores Mat's returning charisma. But outside, the reality of the night returns. Tom, sobering up, dismisses Mat's fears of footpads, insisting Tar Valon is safe from common crime. Mat knows better. He knows the dead man on the cobblestones was no common footpad. They are walking into a trap, and Mat's frantic urgency to find the first ship sailing is driven by the knowledge that the hunters are close behind. Chapter 32. The First Ship. The South Harbour docks are a hive of activity, a place of transition and escape. Mat drags Tom toward a vessel called the Grey Gull, casting off into the black waters of the river. The encounter with the dockmaster and the ship's captain, Juan Malia, showcases Mat's newfound ability to command a situation. He wields the Elayne seat's paper like a weapon, bluffing his way past bureaucracy, and then uses his gambling winnings to buy passage. Captain Malia is a fascinating study in the geopolitical tensions of the world, a Tyran with a puffed-up sense of importance and a deep hatred for Elayne. Malia serves as a mouthpiece for the rising darkness in the south. He speaks of a High Lord Salmon in Terre, a man preaching the destruction of the White Tower and the eradication of Aes Sedai. To the listener aware of the greater lore, the name Samon rings with the menace of the forsaken Samael, manipulating nations like pieces on a board. Malia's rhetoric shows how easily hatred can be fanned into a flame, infecting even a simple river captain. Mat and Tom secure the captain's cabin, displacing Malia with an absurd amount of gold. In the privacy of the cabin, the tension between the two travelers simmers. Tom is suspicious of Mat's gold and the Aes Sedai warrant. Mat is defensive, guarding his secrets. They are allies, yet trust is a fragile thing. The night is not done with them. As they attempt to sleep, the assassins strike again. This scene confirms that the earlier attack was not a random mugging. Mat wakes to the sound of stealthy footsteps. The fight is brutal and short in the confined space of the cabin. Mat's quarterstaff creates havoc, crushing throats. But the true revelation comes when they rush to the deck. Mat saves the ship, knocking out a fake helmsman who was steering them into a trap, while Tom deals with another attacker. The coordination between the old gleeman and the young gambler is seamless, a testament to their survival instincts. They discover a small boat trailing behind the Grey Gull, filled with more men, river brigands. Tom suggests to the captain to hide the truth. But Mat knows, these are not brigands, these are targeted killers. As he stares at the dead men, the weight of his actions hits him. He has killed 3 men in one night. The boy from the 2 rivers is gone, replaced by a man who must kill to survive the great game. The narrative leaves Mat trembling in the captain's cabin, overwhelmed by the violence and the realization that he is a player in a game he doesn't fully understand. We then shift perspective far away to a lonely campfire where Rand al'Thor sits in the dark. The contrast is jarring. While Mat is surrounded by people, enemies and allies, Rand is utterly isolated. He plays Rose of the Morning on his flute, a haunting melody that drifts into the void. Rand's internal monologue is a fracturing mirror. He questions his own sanity, the pressure of being the Dragon Reborn crushing down on him. He remembers the faces in his dreams, e-gwayn, Perrin, Mat, his mother, distorted into nightmares trying to kill him. He thinks of Min and the comfort she offered, only to have that memory tainted by a dream image of her with a knife. He is terrified to sleep, terrified to dream, because in his dreams the call of Callandor and the taunts of the Forsaken await. He is a young man breaking under the weight of prophecy, playing a soft tune to keep the madness at bay, watching the firelight flicker against the encroaching dark. Chapter 33. Within the Weave. The journey has become a grueling blur of dust and exhaustion driven by the iron will of Moiraine Damodred. We find our company, Perrin Ibarra, the Ogier Loyal, Lan the Warder, and the Aes Sedai, pushing hard along the Lugard Road. They are chasing Rand al'Thor, and the trail is becoming increasingly disturbing. Perrin, weary in the saddle, spots something that should not exist. Embedded in the old hard-packed road is a paving stone marked with a footprint. But this is no ordinary track. It looks as if a massive hound stepped onto the rock, and the stone yielded like soft mud. There is a scent of sulphur in the air, a burning smell that lingers. Perrin, with his heightened senses, knows that dogs do not leave footprints in granite. It is a subtle, chilling indication that the shadow is close. These are the marks of dark hounds, though Perrin does not yet have the name for them. He is too tired to process the impossibility of it, his mind clouded by the relentless pace Moiraine has set since they left Jara. The chase has revealed a terrifying truth about the nature of the Dragon Reborn. As they ride, they pass through the wake of Rand's passing, and we see the Ta'veren effect in its rawest, most chaotic form. They find villages like Sidon reduced to ash by freak accidents, and others like Willa, where dry springs suddenly flow again. Chance is running wild. The pattern is reshaping itself around Rand, bending probability until it snaps. To Perrin, a simple blacksmith who values order and logic, this chaos is horrifying. He confronts Moiraine, pleading that the pattern shouldn't be evil. Here we get a crucial glimpse into Aes Sedai philosophy, a perspective that separates the sorceresses from the common folk. Moiraine explains that the Creator is good and the Dark One is evil, but the pattern itself, the age lace, is neutral. It simply is. It weaves all lives, light and dark, to make the design. This detachment chills Perrin. He wants a universe where good is the default structure, not merely one color of thread among many. It highlights the fundamental loneliness of the Ta'veren. They are tools of a mechanism that does not care about their suffering, only their function. They eventually crest a hill and look down upon the town of Remen, sitting against the wide flow of the river Manetheren. It seems a prosperous enough place, a hub of river trade, but to Perrin's wolf senses, the air is thick with a familiar sickly stench. It is the smell of a murdral, a fade, sharp and vile. But just as quickly as it hits his nose, it vanishes. This is a terrifying piece of lore in action. The half-men can travel through shadows, disappearing from one patch of darkness and appearing in another, leaving no trail but the lingering scent of corruption that only a wolf brother might catch. Entering the town square, the group encounters the cruelty of strangers. A gibbet has been erected, and inside a cramping iron cage sits a tall man dressed in the browns and greys of the waste. He is an Aiel. He sits with his knees against his chin, enduring the taunts and stones thrown by local children with a stoic, stone-faced silence. The sight disturbs the group. Loyal is angry at the cruelty, and Perrin feels a flicker of recognition. He remembers the Aiel he saw once before, dangerous, lethal, but human. This man is a long way from the waste. They retreat to an inn called Wayland's Forge. The innkeeper, Gaynor Furlan, is obsequious, overwhelmed by the presence of an Ogier and a lady, but he reveals the cause of the commotion. The town is hosting hunters for the Horn of Valir, specifically a man named Lord Auburn, who claims to have fought off 20 wild Aiel with only a small retinue, capturing the one in the cage. Auburn is a braggart, loud and bandaged, soaking up the adulation of the town while dismissing the white cloaks who are also patrolling the area. But amidst the noise of the common room, Perrin feels eyes on him. It isn't the awe directed at Loyal or the respect given to Moiraine. It is a sharp, predatory curiosity. He spots a young woman with dark, shoulder-length hair and a bold nose. She is not wearing the lace and finery of the locals. She is dressed for travel, with divided skirts and an air of confidence. She is staring directly at him, and specifically at his golden eyes. For a man trying to hide his connection to the wolves, this attention is dangerous. He is being hunted, though he does not yet know by whom. Chapter 34. A different dance. The tension ratchets up as the innkeeper gossips about the wider world. He mentions a man in Gyaldon who is proclaiming the Dragon Reborn, a prophet. When Lan presses for a name, the innkeeper describes a man with a wild stare. Lan and Moiraine realize it is Masema, a Shienaran soldier from their past travels. Moiraine's reaction is visceral. She is furious that a man she knows is stirring up chaos in the dragon's name. It is a reminder that the threads Moiraine thought she had tied off are coming loose. The past is never truly gone in the wheel of time. Perrin retreats to his room, but sleep is impossible. His conscience is gnawing at him. He is a man defined by a protective instinct. He is slow to anger, but he cannot abide injustice. The image of the caged Aiel and the stone-throwing children will not leave him. He tries to seek counsel from Moiraine, interrupting her in her chambers. It's an awkward, humanizing moment. He sees the Aes Sedai unmasked, brushing her hair, a beautiful woman rather than a force of nature. But she cannot offer him the moral absolutes he seeks. She is focused on the grand strategy. Perrin is focused on the immediate right and wrong. He asks Moiraine about the girl staring at him. Moiraine, with a rare touch of humor, suggests the girl might just find him handsome. Perrin, ever the modest blacksmith, dismisses this instantly. He leaves, his mind made up. Under the cover of darkness, Perrin returns to the town square. The streets are quiet, but he feels the weight of eyes watching him from the shadows. He climbs the gibbet and lowers the cage. He breaks the lock with a spike from his axe, a tool of violence used here for liberation. The Aielman is named Gaul, a stone dog of the Sharad Aiel. This is our first real introduction to the intricate culture of the Aiel. Gaul is not grateful in the way a wetlander would be. He is calm, accepting the turn of the wheel. He refers to Perrin as wetlander and expresses a humorous horror at the amount of water in this land. It's a moment of levity before the violence. Gaul reveals he's searching for he who comes with the dawn, the Aiel prophecy for the Dragon Reborn. Even the people of the Waste are being pulled into Rand's gravity. Before they can disperse, the White Cloaks arrive. A dozen children of the light, fanatics who see dark friends in every shadow, rush the square. What follows is a brutal contrast in violence. Gaul wraps his face in the black veil of the Aiel warrior and engages the soldiers. He is unarmed, yet he moves like water, breaking bones and disarming swordsmen with a terrifying grace. The Aiel call battle, the dance, and Gaul shows us why. Perrin, conversely, is forced to use his axe. We delve into Perrin's psychological horror here. He hates the weapon. He hates how easily it cleaves through mail and flesh. He feels the wolf rising inside him, the instinctual predatory drive that makes him a lethal combatant. He fights not with the Aiel's detached grace, but with a desperate, efficient brutality. He survives, but the cost is his own peace of mind. He stands panting over dead men, disgusted by the blood on his hands, while Gaul simply retrieves his spear and vanishes into the night, promising to remember Perrin Aybara. As Perrin flees the scene, he sees the dark-haired girl again. She was watching. She saw the rescue, the fight, the yellow eyes. There are no secrets left. Lan intercepts Perrin, furious at the risk he took, but pragmatic as always. The white cloaks are dead. The town will be in an uproar. They must leave immediately. Chapter 35. The Falcon. The aftermath of the fight in the square ripples through the inn. Auburn, the lying hunter, is telling tall tales of being ambushed to cover up the fact that his prisoner has escaped and killed his guards. It is a pathetic display, contrasting sharply with the actual bravery we just witnessed from the blacksmith and the Aiel. The group gathers their horses and flees to the docks. Loyal is vibrating with excitement. To the Ogier, who experiences life through the slow lens of history and books, this is adventure. He is trying to capture the mood for his notes, seemingly oblivious to the mortal peril. It highlights the alien nature of the Ogier. They are observers, slightly removed from the frantic pace of human life. Perrin, however, just feels the exhaustion and the fear. They secure passage on a riverboat called the Snow Goose. Money changes hands, gold for the captain, silver for the crew, and they load the horses. But as the lines are cast off, a figure leaps from the darkness onto the deck. It is the girl. She is bold, unshakable, and completely unintimidated by the warder or the Aes Sedai. She pays her passage and confronts Perrin. She admits she saw everything, the cage, the Aiel, the fight. She deconstructs their party with the eye of a detective. She sees an Aes Sedai, a warder, an Ogier, and a country boy with yellow eyes who kills white cloaks. She knows this is not a normal group of travelers. She introduces herself as a hunter of the Horn. This is significant. Hunters are usually men, usually seeking glory. She is seeking the story, the strange trails. She tries to give herself a dramatic name, Mandab, which means blade in the old tongue. Perrin, in a moment of dry wit, points out that Lan's horse is named Mandab. He bursts her bubble of pretension with a simple fact. Flustered but recovering quickly, she pivots. She tells him her true name is Zareen Basher, but she will take the name Fael. Fael means falcon. This is a pivotal moment in the lore. The falcon has met the wolf. She immediately begins to probe him, suggesting that the horn of Valeri might be hidden in the mountains of mist, in the lost ruins of Manetheren. She is testing him, trying to see if he reacts to the geography. Perrin tries to dismiss her, to send her away, but she has latched onto the Taverne. She senses that the greatest adventure is not in some lost ruin, but right here, on this boat, with this brooding blacksmith. As Perrin goes below deck, trying to escape her intense, tilted eyes, he remembers Min's viewing. Min had seen a falcon and a hawk interacting with him. He realizes with a sinking feeling that the prophecy is manifesting. He cannot escape the threads the wheel is weaving around him. The falcon has arrived, and the comfortable, simple life he yearns for is slipping further and further away. The chapter closes with the Snow Goose moving down the dark river, carrying Perrin into a future where he must balance the man, the wolf, and now the falcon. Chapter 36. Daughter of the Night. The narrative returns to Perrin Ibera aboard the Snow Goose, drifting down river into the deepening night. There is a profound sense of isolation here, a physical manifestation of the internal wall Perrin has built around himself. He seeks solitude, avoiding the crowded cabins where even the Ogier, Loyal, is forced to cram his massive frame into a space designed for smaller men, scribbling notes by lantern light. Perrin is running, not just from social interaction, but from the inevitability of his own nature. He finds an empty, windowless cabin, a sensory deprivation tank of sorts, where he hopes to escape the wolves. He reflects on Elias Machera, the man who embraced the wolf brother life. Perrin rejects this path violently in his mind. He uses the metaphor of the smithy, thinking that if you are iron meant for a knife, you accept it, even if you wish to be an axe. But then he rebels against his own logic, insisting his life is more than metal, to be hammered by fate. It is a desperate plea for autonomy in a world where the wheel weaves as it wills. Exhaustion finally claims him, dragging him into the wolf dream, though he does not yet call it that. He stands in a thick, unnatural fog, bereft of his axe, The atmosphere is heavy with the uncanny. There is no dampness, only a grey void. Out of this mist steps Hopper. The dead wolf is not merely a memory but a guide, his presence demanding a silence of the mind. This is the first lesson of the dream. Thought shapes reality. Hopper leads him to a place that defies physics, a vast suspended floor of mirrors stretching into infinity, hanging in the void. Here Perrin witnesses a gathering of darkness. He sees men, some terrified, some confused, projected from their own dreams into this central point of convergence. Baalzamon is there, a figure of fire and shadow, punishing those who have failed the shadow. We see the terrifying reach of the Dark One. He can drag souls from their sleep in Tar Valon or Tear and flay them for their failures. But the true revelation is the arrival of a woman in white and silver. Lanfear, daughter of the night. Her beauty is a weapon, and her arrogance matches Baalzamon's own. The psychological dynamic here is fascinating. For the first time, we see a fracture in the Shadow's hierarchy. Lanfear claims the world of dreams as her domain. She mocks Baalzamon's 3,000 years of puppet mastery, contrasting it with her own direct ambition to reclaim Luz Therin. She defies the figure of the Dark One's lieutenant, swearing allegiance only to the Great Lord himself. This scene confirms Moiraine's fear. The Forsaken are loose, and they are not united. The vision collapses, and Hopper leads Perrin to a grassy hillside. The wolf imparts a lesson on the fluidity of this reality. To soar. Hopper leaps and keeps rising, becoming an eagle in spirit. Perrin, shedding his human limitations, follows. For a brief ecstatic moment, the blacksmith flies, transcending the heavy earthiness that usually defines him. But the dream shifts violently. Perrin sees Rand. The Dragon Reborn is besieged by Myrddraal and Dark Friends, but this is not a rescue scene. It is a slaughter. Rand, looking feral and exhausted, unleashes the One Power with terrifying lethality, oblivious to Perrin's presence until the very end. When Rand lashes out, the dream attacks Perrin physically. He wakes in his cabin with a burn on his chest, a visceral confirmation that the dream world has teeth. Perrin takes this information to Moiraine. Her reaction is a blend of Aes Sedai cool and hidden calculation. She reassures him that he is not channeling, but confirms the danger of Lanfear. When Perrin mentions the name Zareen, the hunter he met previously, Moiraine notes that it is a Saldean name for a beauty expected to break hearts. It is a warning. Perrin realizes the threads of his life are tangling: wolves, Forsaken, and a girl who calls herself a falcon. Meanwhile, elsewhere along the river, we get a glimpse into Rand's fracturing psyche. He wakes alone in the dark, the power singing its seductive, tainted song in his blood. He's approached by a merchant and her guards, but the Dragon Reborn sees what others cannot. In a blur of movement, he decapitates the woman and slaughters the guards with a blade of fire. These were not travelers, but grey men and Dark Friends. The horror of the scene is not the violence, but the aftermath. Rand, driven by the madness tainting Saidin and a desperate need for order, uses the power to make the corpses kneel to him. It is a grotesque tableau. He is a young man disintegrating under the weight of prophecy, convinced he must be harder than steel to survive. He rides on toward Tyr, toward Callandor, seeking the one weapon that might end his struggle. Chapter 37. Fires in Carrion. The perspective shifts to the river Erynin, aboard the Blue Crane. e-gwayn Alver stands at the rail, witnessing the devastating cost of the game of houses. The civil war in Carrion has turned the riverbanks into a landscape of ash and ruin. Burned villages and starving dogs slide past, a stark reminder that the squabbles of nobles bleed the common people dry. e-gwayn tries to maintain the serene detachment of an Aes Sedai, but the compassion of the Two Rivers villager still beats beneath her wool cloak. She, Nai-neeve, and Elayne are travelling disguised as full sisters, a charade that commands respect from the crew, but adds a layer of imposter syndrome to e-gwayn's internal monologue. She fingers the stone ring Terangreal, the device that allows her access to Tel'aran'rhiod. Her recent sleep has been plagued by chaotic imagery, nightmares of the Shon-chan, her parents, and the boys. E-gwayn is beginning to decipher the symbolism of the dream. She recalls a vision of Mat pursued by a man who isn't there, a grey man. It is a chilling realization of her own impotence. She knows Mat is in danger, but she is miles away, drifting downriver. The burden of leadership is settling heavy on her shoulders. She realizes she can no longer rely on her mother or the wisdom to solve her problems. She must become the hunter. The tension on the boat is broken by a sudden, jarring crash. The blue crane runs afoul of a sunken vessel, likely a trap laid by river brigands. The ship is stranded on a mudflat. Here, we see the shifting dynamics of the trio. Nai-neeve, habitual in her authority, immediately tries to take command, nearly berating the captain. But the situation requires more than a wisdom-sharp tongue. They face a choice: wait for rescue and risk brigands, or walk through a war zone. Nai-neeve, refusing to sit idle, decides they will walk to the nearby village of Jareen. It is a decision born of impatience and confidence in their ability to channel. Captain Elayne is terrified for them, but the three women are far from defenseless. They make landfall, three young women carrying the weight of the tower and the world in their packs. They are no longer merely running. They are moving with purpose toward Tyr. The chapter closes on a note of immediate threat. As they trek through the brush, wishing to avoid trouble, a figure rises from behind a bush directly in their path. The pattern weaves another confrontation, and the safety of the river is left far behind. Chapter 38. Maidens of the Spear. Our journey continues along the banks of the river Elayne, where the air is thick with the scent of water and willow, but the tranquility is about to be shattered by a revelation of lethal grace. e-gwayn Alvir, her senses honed by the White Tower, yet still retaining the stubborn grit of the two rivers, reacts to a scream not with panic, but with the instinct of a channeler. She embraces Saida, the female half of the true source, filling herself with the sweetness of life and the power of destruction before the sound has even faded. Beside her, Elayne Trakand is equally quick, glowing with the unseen light of the power. They stand ready to rain lightning upon an attacker, only to find their aggression met by a stillness more unnerving than a drawn sword. Nai-neeve Almiara stands with arms crossed, her anger simmering, the very fuel she requires to access her power, as they face a woman who seems born of the harsh earth itself. This stranger wears the colours of rock and dried grass, her hair a reddish blaze cut short save for a tail at the back. She is Aiel. For e-gwayn, this is a moment of cognitive dissonance. The stories say the Aiel never leave the waste, not since the bloodshed of the Aiel War 20 years prior. Yet here stands Avienda of the Nine Valleys Sept, a maiden of the spear, far Dares Mai, watching them with eyes that have seen the vast emptiness of the threefold land. There is a fascinating psychological interplay here. The Aes Sedai are accustomed to being the apex predators of influence and power, yet Avienda views them through a lens of pragmatic respect mixed with cultural confusion. She recognizes their great serpent rings, but equates them to Aiel wise ones. The Aiel culture is so distinct, so insulated, that they interpret the world entirely through their own rigid social structures. Avienda seeks help not for herself, but for a fallen sister, Elayne, proving that beneath the Aiel reputation for ruthless violence lies a fierce, almost desperate loyalty to one another. Led into the brush, the women are introduced to Bane and Chiad, unveiling the complex web of Aiel kinship. We learn of first sisters, a bond of blood or intense ritual adoption, and the concept of being wedded to the spear, a life path that rejects traditional marriage to men in favor of a martial existence. It is a society of absolute dedication, where one's role is carved in stone. When Nai-neeve examines the wounded Elayne, we see a clash of philosophies. The Aiel, terrified of deep water, a logical phobia for a people from an arid wasteland, have injured their friend further by moving her to the river, believing she wished to die near water. Nai-neeve, the wisdom of Emon's field at heart, scoffs at their superstition. Her healing is not the detached, clinical weaving of a typical Aes Sedai. It is rough, fueled by her temper, a violent rejection of death. She essentially bullies the Aiel woman back to health. It is a profound insight into Nai-neeve's character. Her compassion is so deep, it manifests as fury against suffering. The scene also highlights the immense cultural gap regarding the One Power. When e-gwayn mentions balefire, Aviendha recoils. The Aiel possess an oral history that predates the breaking of the world, remembering sins and services to Aes Sedai that the White Tower itself has forgotten. They fear failing the Aes Sedai again, a collective generational trauma that dictates their actions, even as they stand ready to dance the spears against lightning itself. Chapter 39. Threads in the Pattern. The interaction with the Aiel deepens as the group prepares to part ways. We are treated to the Aiel's stoic, almost fatalistic worldview. They do not fear death. They merely choose how to meet it. But their presence in the wetlands is driven by prophecy. They seek he who comes with the dawn, the Messiah figure born of a maiden of the spear who will lead them out of the waste. It is here that the threads of fate begin to tighten around our three initiates. Elayne, possessing the sharp mind of a future queen, deduces the connection between Rand al'Thor and this prophecy. The tragic symmetry is palpable. Rand, the boy from the Two Rivers, is the child of a woman who ran away to become a maiden, binding him to a people he does not know. As the Aes Sedai resume their trek toward Jareen, confident in their power, the narrative delivers a harsh lesson in vulnerability. They are not gods. They are ambushed, not by the Shadow's magic, but by common brigands and the brute physics of a slingstone. The transition is brutal. One moment they are discussing high prophecy. The next, e-gwayn is waking up in nausea and pain, bound and helpless in a bandit camp. The psychological horror of this capture is acute. For women who can wield the power to level mountains, being rendered helpless by a dirty rag soaked in sleepwell root is a terrifying loss of agency. They are treated as livestock, commodities to be sold. The brigand leader, Adan, believes he has caught valuable merchandise, unaware he is holding a hurricane in a bottle. Waking in a crude cell, e-gwayn finds Elayne in a critical state. The blow to the head has left the daughter heir dying. Nai-neeve's reaction is visceral. Stripped of her herbs, she must rely solely on the power. Panic and love shatter her block. She doesn't just heal Elayne, she pours her very soul into the girl, a raw, freezing, burning torrent of the power that defies medical delicacy. It is a testament to the sheer brute force potential Nai-neeve possesses, a potential that often scares even her. But the true danger arrives in silence. Myrddraal, Fades the Eyeless enter the cabin. The temperature of the narrative drops instantly. The brigands, terrifying a moment ago, are reduced to trembling prey in the presence of the Shadow. The Fades are here specifically for the three women hunting them down. Just as the despair peaks, the pattern intervenes. The door bursts open, not with magic, but with the thrum, thrum, thrum of spears beating against hide bucklers. The Aiel have returned. The ensuing battle is a chaotic dance of violence. The maidens of the spear move with a fluidity that makes the brutal brigands look like stumbling children. However, Fades are not men. They are swift as vipers and do not die easily. The scene balances on a knife's edge, until the channelers step into the fray. What happens next is one of the most significant demonstrations of magic in the lore thus far. Faced with the creatures that want to defile and destroy them, Nai-neeve reacts with pure instinct. She unleashes a weapon forbidden and feared, balefire. It is not merely a blast of heat. It is a bar of white light that burns hotter than the sun, a power that does not just kill, but erases existence. When it strikes the Myrddraal, they don't just burn, they cease to have been. The metaphysical weight of this act hangs heavy in the air. Balefire burns threads out of the pattern itself, undoing the actions of the victim back through time. It is a power of ultimate negation, and Nai-neeve uses it in a blind panic. In the aftermath, the silence is deafening. The Aiel, who view death as a lover, look upon the Aes Sedai with a new, wary respect. We are introduced to Rhuarc, a clan chief of the Tardad Aiel. He is a man of gravity and authority, possessing the dangerous grace of a warder. His presence confirms the significance of the Aiel's mission. He has been bullied out of the waste by the Wise Ones to follow dreams he does not fully understand. There is a poignant moment when Rhuarc identifies the heavy gold ring Nai-neeve carries, the ring of the Malkieri kings. He speaks of the golden crane and the tragedy of the borderlands, weaving a connection between the desert warriors and the fallen kingdom of Lan Mandragoran. It serves as a reminder that the world is vast, yet intimately connected by sorrow and war. The chapter concludes with a sense of hurried motion. The women, shaken by their brush with slavery and the dark intensity of the one power, secure horses and race to the town of Dureen. They board a vessel named the Darter, a bluff-bowed trader. As they pull away from the shore, leaving the Aiel and the blood-soaked camp behind, the mood is not one of triumph, but of survival. They are hardening, layer by layer, turning from village girls into the legends they are destined to become, forged in the fires of the One Power and the cold realities of a world preparing for the Dragon Reborn. Chapter 40. A Hero in the Night. The river Elayne, usually a vein of commerce, has transformed into a desperate artery of escape. As the grey gull navigates toward the docks of Arengel, we are greeted not by the bustle of trade, but by the chaotic swarm of refugees. The civil war in Cairhien has bled across the river, displacing thousands who now crowd the stone wing walls, terrified and huddled in uncertainty. Mat Cauthon stands at the rail, observing this misery with a characteristic deflection. He tells himself he doesn't care about politics, specifically the maneuvering between Andor and Cairhien. He fears being pressed into an army more than he fears the shadow itself at times. This is the classic Mat Cauthon paradox, a young man who vehemently denies being a hero while constantly positioning himself to act like one. He clutches a letter from Elayne to her mother, Queen Morgus, a dangerous item that has already attracted assassins, yet he dismisses it as a mere daughter's note, downplaying the deadly game of houses he is wading into. His companion, the gleeman Tom Merrilin, sees the tragedy for what it is. The refugees are starving, and the sheer volume of human suffering dampens even the gleeman's flamboyant spirit. As they disembark, avoiding the ingratiating Captain Malia, whom Mat has fleeced at dice throughout the voyage, the grim reality of the refugee crisis hits home. There is a moment here that perfectly encapsulates Mat's psychological state. He encounters a weary woman surrounded by crying children. Mat, who claims to only help those who can pay, claiming that only fools in stories do something for nothing, instinctively presses a fistful of gold and silver into her hand. He flees before she can thank him, uncomfortable with his own altruism. He rationalizes it as merely wanting to stop the children's crying, unwilling to admit that the rogue persona he cultivates is a mask for a conscience he cannot silence. Finding shelter in Arengil proves nearly impossible. The inns are overflowing with the displaced. Mat and Tom move through the crushing crowds, eventually finding an innkeeper at the Good Queen, who refuses them even floor space. But here, the supernatural element of Mat's existence comes into play, his luck. It is a tangible force, a rhythmic drumming in his head. Seeing a dice cup, Mat wagers a small fortune against the innkeeper's stable space and horses. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. The dice obey Mat's need, and they secure the stable. In the solitude of the hayloft, the narrative shifts from grim realism to high adventure. Their rest is interrupted by the arrival of a woman dragging a handcart out of the rain. This is Aludra, an illuminator, a maker of fireworks, currently on the run from her own guild. The Illuminators are a secretive society, fiercely protective of their chemical knowledge, and Aludra is marked for death for supposedly betraying them. When guild assassins corner her in the stable, Mat doesn't hesitate. Despite his earlier internal monologue about self-preservation, he dives from the loft, quarterstaff in hand. The ensuing combat highlights how much Mat has changed since leaving the Two Rivers. He's no longer just a farm boy. He wields the staff with a lethal fluidity that hints at the ancient memories beginning to surface within him. He and Tom dismantle the assassins, saving Aludra. In gratitude, Aludra gifts Mat a bundle of fireworks, night flowers, and noisemakers. It is a Chekhov's gun moment, handing Mat explosive tools that will inevitably come into play later. Before fleeing into the rainy night to avoid the guards, Aludra hints at a new invention. Sticks that create fire with a simple scratch. Matches, a technological leap in this medieval setting. Mat, riding out into the rain with Tom, grumbles about being a bloody hero, asking Tom to kick him if he ever tries it again. It is a futile request. The pattern has woven him to be exactly that, no matter how much he squirms. Chapter 41. A Hunter's Oath. We shift our gaze now to the humid, marsh-choked harbour of Elayne. The atmosphere here is thick, smelling of salt, old mud, and the sharp tang of tanneries. The snow goose arrives carrying a very different set of travellers: Moiraine Damodred, Lan Mandragoran, Loyal the Ogier, Perrin Aibara, and the determined hunter of the Horn, Zarine. Perrin is in a foul mood, a reflection of his internal turmoil. He is a man at war with his own destiny and identity. He stands on the deck, trying to sense the wolves, but the marsh and the city are devoid of them. He feels isolated. Even worse, he feels trapped by the women in his life. Moiraine watches him with the cold, calculating gaze of an Aes Sedai who knows more than she says, and Zarine, whom Min prophesied as the falcon Perrin would find, watches him with a mixture of amusement and analytical curiosity. Perrin rejects the prophecy. He refuses to call Zarine Fael, which means falcon in the old tongue, clinging to the hope that he can deny the pattern's weaving. He is desperate for autonomy in a world that seems determined to strip it from him. The tension on the ship is palpable. The crew is terrified of Moiraine moving in silence. When they dock, the conflict between the Aes Sedai and the hunter comes to a head. Moiraine, ever the pragmatist, attempts to dismiss Zarine, warning her off. But Zarine is stubborn, driven by a hunter's oath and a fascination with this strange group. Here, we see the terrifying resolve of Moiraine Damodred. She does not raise her voice. She simply offers an ultimatum. If Zarine insists on following them, she must swear a new oath to obey Moiraine explicitly, to ask no questions, and to keep their secrets. Moiraine makes it brutally clear that she views the Ta'veren, Rand, Mat and Perrin as essential to the world's survival. She explicitly threatens Perrin, telling him that if Zarine endangers their mission, she will snip his thread from the pattern. It is a chilling reminder that to an Aes Sedai, the ends always justify the means. Individual lives are secondary to the salvation of the world. Zarine, proving her mettle, agrees. She swears the oath, binding her fate to theirs. she also reclaims her agency by insisting on the name Aiel. This dynamic sets the stage for the complex relationship developing between her and Perrin. He grumbles that she is not his responsibility, yet when they disembark, he is the one who hoists her up behind his saddle. The imagery of their departure is heavy with symbolism. Lan leads the way, a lethal vanguard. Moraine follows, the architect of their path. And bringing up the rear is Perrin, the reluctant hero, with the falcon perched literally and metaphorically on his back. Aiel teases him, calling him shaggy hair, piercing his brooding exterior. As they ride into the great tile-roofed city of Elayne, Perrin is physically strong but emotionally cornered, caught between the machinations of the White Tower and the inevitable pull of a prophecy he is trying desperately to ignore. The hunter has sworn her oath, but it is the blacksmith who is truly being hunted by his fate. Chapter 42. Easing the Badger. We enter the great port city of Elayne, a sprawling metropolis that assaults the senses with the clamour of life. To Perrin Ibarra, a man accustomed to the quiet solitude of the blacksmith's forge and the open woods, the city is a cacophony. It is a place of water and stone, where canals crisscross the streets like veins, and the air hangs heavy with the scent of salt, marshland, and the unwashed press of humanity. There is a distinctive rhythm here, slower than the cities of the north, yet undeniably heavy with the weight of civilization. We see the architectural heartbeat of the nation here, the great square of Tamaz. Two palaces stand at either end, the King's Palace and the Great Hall of the Council of Nine. They are identical in design, a forest of marble columns and purple roofs, except for a peculiar pettiness of history. The Council's palace is exactly 2 feet smaller in every dimension than the King's. It is a physical manifestation of the political deadlock that defines Elayne, a perpetual struggle between the monarchy, the council, and the assemblage, leaving the common folk to live in the gaps between the power struggles. Zareen, the hunter accompanying our group, reveals that this square is where she took her hunter's oath. She is teasing, constantly pressing Perrin's buttons, trying to crack his stoic exterior. But there is a deeper tension here than mere flirtation. Loyal, our Ogier friend, is shrinking in on himself. He whispers of his anxiety. Elayne was built in part by Ogier stonemasons from his own steading. If he is discovered here by his own kind, his time of adventure is over. He will be dragged back to the peace and boredom of his home. It is a reminder of the innocence Loyal risks losing, the gentle giant terrified not of monsters, but of his mother and the disappointment of his elders. But the true unease lies in the atmosphere of the city itself. Moiraine and Lan sense it first, a metaphysical rot beneath the surface. The people of Elayne are too angry. A baker's boy snarls. A juggler hates his audience. The Dark One's touch amplifies the worst in humanity, turning frustration into rage. It is the subtle corruption of the shadow, turning a city of song and trade into a powder keg. They seek refuge at an inn called Easing the Badger, a place of rough timber and sawdust floors. Here we meet Nida, the proprietress, a woman of practical strength who has served as eyes and ears for the Blue Ajah for years. She brings news that chills the blood. Lord Brend, a man who appeared from nowhere, has seized control of the Council of Nine. Nida speaks of strange dreams, dreams of this Lord Brend and fog-shrouded bridges, dreams that she shares with her nephew. This is a hallmark of the Forsaken. They do not merely conquer lands, they invade the subconscious, asserting dominance in the world of dreams as a prelude to the waking world. As the evening settles, the air in the common room turns foul to Perrin's enhanced senses. It is a smell that shouldn't exist, a wrongness, a void in reality. He realizes too late that the smell belongs to grey men. These are the soulless, men and women who have surrendered their humanity to the shadow so completely that they become voids in the pattern, unnoticed by the eye until they strike. Violence erupts. It is chaotic and desperate. Perrin, wielding a broken chair leg, fights for his life. Moiraine, hampered by the crowd, cannot unleash the one power freely. It is a brawl of desperate survival. When the dust settles and the grey men lie dead, their presence finally visible to the common patrons, Moiraine realizes the gravity of their situation. These assassins were targeting Perrin. The Shadow has realized that the Dragon Reborn does not stand alone. His friends, his fellow Ta'veren, are threads that must be cut. Moiraine, usually the epitome of Aes Sedai cool, is shaken. She speaks of the Shadow's tangled paths and realizes she has underestimated the enemy's awareness. She prepares to leave immediately, warning Lan that if she fails, he must carry on without her. We see here the burden of the Blue Ajah, to scheme, to plan, and to accept that one might be a casualty in the war for existence. Chapter 43. Shadow Brothers. The aftermath of the attack leaves the inn in a state of nervous shock. While the bodies are cleared away, Lan and Perrin step out into the rain-slicked night to investigate. It is here that we see the hierarchy of the Shadow's beasts. The grey men were merely the blade. The hunter is something far worse. On a stone mounting block outside the inn, Lan discovers a footprint, but this is no ordinary track. It is pressed into the solid stone as if the rock was soft mud. A Darkhound. The lore of the Darkhounds is steeped in terror. They are the Shadow Brothers, beasts that have not been seen south of the Blight since the Trolloc Wars. They do not leave tracks on soil, only on stone. They are relentless, near-immortal hunters. The presence of a Darkhound means that the enemy is not just sending assassins. They are sending their elite predators. The realization is stark. The grey men were likely not sent by the same master as the Darkhound. The forces of the Shadow are not a monolith. They are competing factions, and our heroes are the prize. Perrin, exhausted and overwhelmed, attempts to sleep, but for a wolf brother, sleep is a doorway, not a sanctuary. He falls into the wolf dream, Tel'aran'rhiod. Here reality is malleable. He stands on a high spire in a desolate landscape and calls out for Hopper, his wolf guide who died previously, but lives on in this dream world. The visions he receives are fragmented and terrifying. He sees Mat Cauthon dicing with Ba'alzamun, a metaphor for Mat's struggle with luck and his entanglement with the Dark One. He sees e-gwayn, Nai-neeve, and Elayne trapping themselves in a cage, a foreshadowing of the traps laid for the young women of the tower. Hopper appears, but his message is one of urgency and doom. He warns of Shadow Brothers and speaks of the last hunt. This is a crucial concept in the wolf philosophy. They do not see time as a wheel, but as a lead-up to the final confrontation. To the wolves, the apocalypse is not a prophecy. It is an imminent hunt. Hopper knocks Perrin from the dream, forcing him to wake before the Shadow Brothers can find him there. Perrin wakes to a storm outside and an intruder inside. Zareen is in his room, watching him. This is the moment the mask drops. She admits her true name is Aiel, and she is a hunter of the Horn of Valere. She is drawn to Perrin not just by attraction, but by the sheer gravitational pull of his Ta'veren nature. She senses the importance radiating off him. Before Perrin can process this, Moiraine bursts in, her face a mask of grim certainty. Perrin's wolf dream has confirmed her fears. The Lord Brend ruling Elayne is no ordinary tyrant. He is Samael. One of the Forsaken is loose, and he rules the city they are sleeping in. Chapter 44. Hunted. The name Samael hangs in the air like a death sentence. To know that a Forsaken, one of the ancient sorcerers from the Age of Legends who challenged the Creator himself, is merely miles away changes everything. Panic is not an option. Flight is a necessity. Elayne marshals them with ruthless efficiency. She offers Fael one last chance to leave, to abandon this suicide mission. But Fael, showing the stubborn courage that will come to define her, refuses. She has caught the scent of legend, and she will not let go. Elayne binds her to the group. There is no turning back now. They ride out into the teeth of a thunderstorm. The weather is a small mercy, for the rain masks their scent and the noise of their departure. However, the respite is short-lived. As they clear the city and enter the marshlands, the howling begins. It is a sound that grates on the soul, the cry of the dark hounds on the scent. The chase is a study in tension. They cannot outrun these beasts. Dark hounds do not tire, and they do not stop. Elayne leads them to a piece of ancient history, a weathered mound topped with a statue of an Ajah woman, a remnant of a time before the breaking of the world. It is a defensive position, but against dark hounds, conventional weapons are useless. Perrin, desperate to contribute, looses arrows at the approaching pack. They are shadows within shadows, monsters the size of ponies with eyes like silver fire. His arrows strike, but the beasts barely slow. It is a moment of helplessness that underscores the difference between fighting men and fighting the shadow. Then, Elayne acts. She does not use a fireball or a lightning strike. She weaves something far more dangerous. The text describes a bar of white-hot glare, a sudden noon in the middle of the night. This is balefire. Though not named explicitly by the characters yet, the lore implications here are staggering. Balefire is a weapon so destructive it was banned by both sides during the War of Power. It does not merely burn, it erases the target from the pattern of time itself, undoing their actions in the moments before their death. Elayne risks everything, her life, her soul, and the laws of the White Tower, to save them. The Dark Hounds are not just killed, they cease to exist. In the aftermath, Elayne confirms a terrifying truth. Samael did not send the Grey Men. If he knew where they were, he would have come himself. The Dark Hounds were a patrol, a chance encounter. This means there are multiple eyes watching, multiple traps snapping shut. We then shift our perspective to Mat Cauthon, miles away on the road to Caemlyn. The tone shifts from high fantasy horror to a gritty, noir-like danger. Mat is traveling with Tom Merrilin, trying to make sense of the world. He dissects a firework given to him by Aludra, the Illuminator, trying to understand the science behind the magic. It is a glimpse into Mat's pragmatic mind. He refuses to be awed by mystery, preferring to see the gears and gunpowder within. Their campsite is interrupted by a noblewoman and her guards. It seems like a polite encounter until the trap springs. These are not bandits, but assassins sent by the enemies of House Trakand. Mat's reaction is instantaneous and brutal. He is no longer the prankster of Eamon's Field. He is a warrior with memories that are not entirely his own. He dispatches the attackers with his quarterstaff, moving with the deadly grace of a man who has fought 1,000 battles. Tom finishes the job, killing the woman with a knife. It is a dark moment that solidifies the bond between the Gleeman and the boy. They are both playing the game of houses now, whether they wish to or not. Mat realizes that the letter Elayne gave him is a death warrant. He is being hunted not for who he is, but for what he carries. The chapter ends with Mat and Tom riding into the night, leaving the bodies behind. The innocence of the two rivers is dead and buried. All that is left is the road, the chase, and the dice rattling in Mat's head. Chapter 45. Caemlyn. The road to the great city of Caemlyn is a river of humanity, a chaotic stream of merchants, wagons, and travelers that carries Mat Cauthon and Tom Merrilin toward the rising hills. For Mat, the experience is disorienting. He views the city through the cracked lens of a memory fragmented by the trauma of the Shadar Logoth dagger and the subsequent healing. He recalls the geography, the towering pale walls of the inner city rising above the red brick and plaster of the new city. But the emotional connection is severed. It is a city he knows, yet one he feels he is seeing for the first time, a psychological scar left by his brush with corruption. The city itself beats like a heart-pumping wealth, noisy and overwhelming. But beneath the commerce lies a tension that wasn't there before. When Mat attempts to approach the palace gates to deliver Elayne's letter, he finds the atmosphere has curdled. The Queen's guards, once symbols of honor, now include men like the fat, rat-eyed officer who intercepts him. The man's hostility is immediate and irrational. When Mat mentions Tar Valon, the officer explodes. The political climate has shifted drastically. The White Tower is no longer a friend to Andor. The officer accuses Mat of being a trickster or a dark friend, threatening arrest. It is a stark lesson in how quickly the mood of a nation can turn when the leadership rots from the head down. Mat, relying on his instinct for self-preservation, flees before the threat becomes a prison sentence. He retreats into the labyrinth of the new city, eventually finding his way to the Queen's blessing. Here, memory flickers again. He recalls the inn and the innkeeper, Master Gil, but the details remain ghostly. Inside, the atmosphere is subdued. Tom Merrilin and Master Gil sit over a game of stones, a microcosm of the strategic paralysis gripping the city. Through their conversation, the source of the rot is named Lord Gabriel. This new advisor has risen from nowhere, displacing the loyal Gareth Bryne and seemingly enchanting Queen Morgus. The rumors suggest a kingdom held in a stranglehold of suspicion. Gil notes that Gabriel has replaced many of the old guard with his own brutes. Mat, ever the reluctant hero, tries to wash his hands of it. He just wants to deliver the letter and leave. He tosses the dice from a cup, and they land on 5 ones. The Dark One's eyes. In any game, this is a disaster, a portent of doom. Yet with a gambler's fatalism, Mat interprets it differently. He is playing a dangerous game now, one where the worst toss might just be the prelude to a necessary risk. He resolves to bypass the guards entirely. If the front door is barred by tyranny, he will find another way. Chapter 46. A message. Out of the shadow. Mat Cauthon is a man who often claims he wants nothing to do with adventure, yet his actions constantly betray him. He circles the palace, reverting to the skills of a mischievous boy from the Two Rivers. He finds a slope and a wall, and for a moment, the nostalgia hits him hard. As he climbs, scrambling over stone and roots, he is mentally transported back to the mountains of mist, to a time of innocence with Rand and Perrin before the world grew so heavy. It is a brief, humanizing moment that highlights just how much he has lost. Dropping into the palace gardens, Mat becomes a shadow. He stalks through the manicured perfection of the grounds, a chaotic element introduced into a rigid system. The garden is beautiful, bursting with flowers, but it hides a viper. Hiding behind a trellis of white roses, Mat overhears a conversation that shatters his plan to simply drop the letter and run. 2 men approach. One is a subordinate, terrified and obsequious. The other possesses a deep, commanding voice. The Great Master. This is Gabriel. The discussion is chilling. Gabriel speaks of plans within plans, of a fool he does not yet wish to fight, and most terrifyingly, he orders the death of Elayne, along with e-gwayn and Nai-neeve. He wants their heads. The reality of the danger creates a pivot point for Mat. He could leave. He could run to safety. But the knowledge of the assassination plot tethers him. He reveals himself not to the conspirators, but to a patrolling officer, Callandor. Callandor is different, sharp, suspicious, but loyal to the Queen, not the new regime. Mat uses the letter as a shield, bluffing his way into an audience with Morgus. The interior of the palace is a display of opulence, but the true spectacle is in the courtyard where Queen Morgus sits. She is a figure of tragic beauty, staring at fish in a pool, her renowned strength seemingly dampened. Hovering over her is Lord Gabriel. He is a man of immense physical presence, dark and powerful, and the dynamic is instantly clear. Morgus is enthralled. When she flashes with her famous temper, a mere touch from Gabriel soothes her into submission. It is a subtle, magical violation of her will. Mat spins a tale, adopting the persona of Tom Grinwell, a simple farm boy. It is a masterful performance of playing the fool to disarm a predator. He claims ignorance of the letter's contents, painting himself as a greedy bumpkin. Gabriel, arrogant and dismissive of this rustic nobody, buys the lie. He even tosses Mat a purse of gold, a dark irony where the villain pays the hero who will eventually thwart him. Mat escapes with his life, but the weight of the coin in his pocket feels like a burden. He has looked into the face of the shadow within Andor's heart, and he knows the game has changed. Chapter 47. To race the shadow. The walk away from the palace is an exercise in forced calm. Mat walks alongside Callandor, feeling the phantom itch of a knife in his back. The young officer pumps him for information about Tarvalon, sensing that something is wrong with the world, though he cannot name it. Callandor is a tragic figure here, a loyal dog guarding a mistress who is being slowly poisoned by her new master. Mat leaves him with a cryptic wager, betting that Gabriel's loyalty is a sham. Once he breaks line of sight, Mat runs. The panic sets in, not for himself, but for the girls. He bursts back into the Queen's blessing, shattering the quiet contemplation of Tom and Master Gill. The time for stones and smoke is over. Mat reveals the truth. Gabriel intends to murder the daughter heir and her friends. The revelation galvanizes the room. Master Gill, a man who thought his fighting days were done, struggles with helplessness. He cannot fight Gabriel with a sword, so he chooses a weapon that fits a city of intrigue: rumor. He plans to plant seeds of doubt about Gabriel through the city's gossip network, hoping to wake Morgus from her stupor. It is a small rebellion, but a brave one. Tom Merrilin's reaction is more complex. We see a glimpse into the Gleeman's heart. He admits that the fiery passion he once held for Morgus has cooled into a fond memory, healed by the long passage of 15 years. He is not the lover rushing to save his queen. He is the seasoned protector stepping up to save the new generation. He knows that Morgus, in her current state, is dangerous. To warn her directly would likely lead to the executioner's block. The decision is made. They cannot save Caemlyn from within. They must race the assassins to Tyr. Mat, who has spent so much time trying to escape responsibility, trying to sever his ties to the Aes Sedai and the Dragon Reborn, now voluntarily plunges back into the fire. He is going to Aringil to catch a fast boat. As he prepares to leave, Mat makes one final gesture. He tosses Gabriel's gold to Master Gill, using the enemy's resources to fund their escape, and picks up the dice cup one last time. He spins them across the table, 5 sixes, the perfect toss. It is the gambler's ultimate sign. The Dark One's eyes have been replaced by the winning throw. Mat Cauthon is terrified, but his luck is running hot, and he intends to ride it all the way to the Stone of Tyr. He is done playing the victim. Now, he is racing the shadow. Chapter 48. Following the Craft. The river Elayne, usually a highway of commerce and life, has become a torment for e-gwayn Alvear. As the vessel known as the Darter corkscrews its way south, the physical journey mirrors the internal turbulence of the young women aboard. E-gwayn, slumped at the rail, fights a losing battle against the river's motion, a sickness that renders the world a blur of grey water and nausea. It is a humble, miserable arrival for 3 of the most powerful young channelers in history, a reminder that despite their connection to the true source, they are still subject to the frailties of the human body. In this state of vulnerability, e-gwayn's mind is a landscape of anxieties. The stone ring Ter Angreal hanging heavy against her skin, is a constant temptation and a burden. Her ventures into Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams, yield only fragmented chaos, nightmares of the Shonchan, confusing glimpses of her friends from Eamon's field, and the looming shadow of Ba'alzamon. She sees Perrin with a falcon and a hawk, caught between the violence of the axe and the creation of the hammer. She sees Mat shouting in the old tongue, dicing with the Dark One. These are not merely dreams. They are ripples in the pattern, prophecies manifesting as surreal imagery. The anxiety of the dreamer is compounded by the reality of their mission. They are hunting the Black Ajah, hunting predators who know the terrain far better than they. The darter finally docks in the great city of Tyr, a place of mud, humidity, and oppression. As the girls disembark, Nai-neeve and Elayne struggling with luggage and nausea, e-gwayn takes her first look at the city. It is a place of stark stratification. The poor trudge through the mud in wooden clogs, their spirits seemingly dampened by the grim atmosphere, while above them looms the stone of Tyr. Robert Jordan describes the stone not merely as a fortress, but as a geological impossibility. It is a mountain of rock where no mountain should be, fused together by the one power during the breaking of the world. Elayne, ever the scholar, notes that it was formed by flows of earth, air, and fire, a feat no modern Aes Sedai could replicate. It stands as a silent, ironic monument. The greatest stronghold of a nation that despises the power was built by it. For the girls, it is a reminder that they are walking into the lion's den, a city where their very existence is illegal. Nai-neeve, recovering her landlegs, immediately assumes command. There is a psychological tension here. Nai-neeve struggles to balance her role as the former wisdom, the authority figure, with the reality that she is now an accepted, equal in rank to Elayne and e-gwayn. However, her instincts remain sharp. She realizes that staying at an inn would be a fatal error. The Black Ajah, led by Liandrin, will be watching the usual places. To catch a trap setter, one must not step where the trap is laid. Instead of a commercial establishment, Nai-neeve leads them into the winding, muddy alleys to the home of a local herbalist, a woman named Mother Gwenna. This scene serves as a fascinating intersection of cultures. Nai-neeve identifies the woman not by a sign, but by the herbs hanging in the window, a universal language of the craft that transcends borders. The interaction between Nai-neeve and Mother Gwenna, or Aiel, as she is properly named, is a duel of professional competence. They test each other with rapid-fire questions about cures, marsh-white tea for the stomach, bone knit for fractures. It is a way for Nai-neeve to establish respect without using the one power. It grounds her. Before she was a channeler, she was a healer, and this scene reaffirms that identity. Aiel, impressed by Nai-neeve's knowledge, and perhaps sensing the desperation and strength in these young women, agrees to take them in. Once trust is established over a pot of tea, the truth, or a version of it, comes out. Nai-neeve spins a tale of seeking justice for stolen goods and murdered kin. It is a half-truth that carries the weight of their grief for the Aes Sedai murdered in the tower. Aiel, a pragmatic woman who has seen the rough edges of life, cuts through the subterfuge. She advises them that 3 foreign women cannot hunt dangerous criminals alone in Tyr. She offers a solution that fits the city's grimy underbelly, a thief catcher. The chapter closes with the women settling into Aiel's home. It is a brief respite, a moment of domestic safety in a city of storms. Yet, the tension remains. E-gwayn feels the pull of the dream ring. They are hiding, but they are also waiting, and in the game of houses and shadows, waiting is often the most dangerous move of all. Chapter 49, A Storm in Tyr. The atmosphere in Tyr is heavy, charged with the electricity of an incoming storm. This meteorological pressure mirrors the mounting danger, as Aiel returns with the thief-catcher she promised. His name is Juilin Sandar. He is a man carved from the city itself, lean, observant, and armed not with a sword, but with a notched sword-breaker and a bamboo staff. Juilin represents a different kind of competence than the girls are used to. He is not a warder, bound by honor and magic, nor a soldier. He is a man of the streets, arrogant enough to think he can handle 13 women, yet skilled enough to perhaps actually do it. Nai-neeve gives him the descriptions of Liandrin and her cohort, paying him in silver. There is a subtle shift in power dynamics here. The Aes Sedai are forced to rely on a commoner, a man who views them merely as naive noblewomen playing at danger. He warns them of the perils of Tyr, unaware that the women he speaks to wield power that could level the city walls. As night falls and the storm breaks over the city, e-gwayn prepares for the most dangerous part of their mission. She must enter Dragon Reborn. The distinction between the waking world and the dream world blurs for e-gwayn. Her talent is growing, but so is the risk. Lying in the dark, she uses the twisted stone ring to project herself into the unseen world. She travels to the reflection of the stone of Tyr. In the dream, the fortress is empty, a hollow echo of reality, except for the heart of the stone. There, floating in the air, is Callandor, the sword that is not a sword, the crystal blade that only the Dragon Reborn can touch. But e-gwayn is not alone. In a terrifying revelation, she sees the 13 Black Ajah sisters standing in the shadows of the great columns, staring at the sword. They are not hunting. They are waiting. E-gwayn snaps back to wakefulness, terrified. The realization changes everything. The Black Ajah knows they are coming, or perhaps they are waiting for someone else. Rand. The trap is set, and the bait is the most powerful sangreal in the world. The narrative then shifts perspective, moving from the cerebral, magical tension of e-gwayn to the visceral, chaotic urgency of Mat Cauthon. Mat is aboard the ship Swift, and true to his nature, he is pacing, agitated, and eager to be moving. The journey downriver has been a blur of anxiety for him. He carries a letter from Elayne to her mother, but his immediate goal is a rescue mission. He believes the girls are in mortal danger from an assassin named Comar, a piece of intelligence he gleaned in Camlin. Mat's heroism is a reluctant one. He constantly complains about getting involved, yet he drives himself to exhaustion to save his friends. He is the rogue with the golden heart, the hero who insists he is no such thing. They arrive in Tyr amidst the same torrential rain that battered the girls' shelter. The city is a mud pit, smelling of fish and desperation. Mat, accompanied by the gleeman Tom Merrilin, plunges into the night. Tom is older, his cough worsening in the damp air, acting as a grounding force to Mat's frantic energy. Tom suggests rest, logic, and planning. Mat operates on instinct and the peculiar, terrifying rhythm of his luck. This luck is a central theme of Mat's existence now. It is not merely good fortune, it is a tangible force, the pattern bending around him. He describes it as a need for randomness. Patterns like stones or cards are too rigid. But dice. Dice are chaos, and in chaos, Mat finds his order. He begins a random search of the inns, letting the toss of a coin decide his path, trusting that the universe will place him where he needs to be. And the universe complies. In a common room of an inn called the Golden Cup, Mat finds his quarry. Comar is there, a man with a white-streaked beard, winning at dice with suspicious consistency. The scene is tense, the air thick with smoke, and the unspoken threat of violence. Mat, exhausted and soaked to the bone, sits down to play. The confrontation is psychological before it becomes physical. Mat exposes Comar's cheating, a simple trick of marked dice, but he does it with a swagger that masks his fatigue. He taunts the assassin, his own luck swirling around him, making the dice obey his will. When the violence finally erupts, It is sudden and messy. Mat is not a blade master, but he is lethal with the quarterstaff. The fight is a blur of motion. Komar, the professional killer, is undone by his own arrogance and Mat's chaotic fighting style. In the scuffle, Komar falls, his neck broken. It is an accidental death, yet inevitable under the weight of Mat's Taveren nature. As the life fades from the assassin's eyes, he mocks Mat with his final breath. Komar reveals that he wasn't the only one hunting the girls, nor was he the one who had found them. The threat hasn't ended with his death. It has merely changed shape. Mat is left standing over the corpse, the adrenaline fading into crushing exhaustion. The innkeeper, terrified of the dead merchant and the implications of the slaughter, shoves Mat and Tom out into the rain. The hero is not celebrated. He is evicted, left to wander the wet, dark streets of a foreign city. The chapter ends on a note of weary determination. Mat has killed the man he thought was the primary threat, only to learn the web is larger than he imagined. The luck that guides him is a harsh master, demanding he keep moving, keep searching. As the rain washes the blood from his memory, Mat Cauthon continues his random walk through the storm, a chaotic element loose in the stone of Tyr, destined to crash against the rigid plots of the shadow. The pieces are all in place. The girls in hiding, the Black Ajah in wait, the thief-catcher on the prowl, and the gambler rolling the dice. The storm outside is nothing compared to the one about to break within the stone. Chapter 50. The Hammer. The air of the port city of Tyr is not merely hot. It is a suffocating blanket of humidity and stench, a sensory assault that hits Perrin Ibarra the moment the ferry docks. For a man with the heightened senses of a wolf brother, the city is a cacophony of smells, pitch, rotting fish, spices, and the sweat of thousands, but notably absent is the scent of the wild. There are no wolves here. Perrin is spiritually isolated, forced to guard his own mind against reaching out for a pack that isn't there, a stark reminder of the loneliness that plagues his journey. The group moves through the docks, Moiraine, Lan, Loyal, Perrin, and the relentless Zareen, who now insists on being called Fail. The social stratification of Tyr is immediately evident. The common folk look defeated, trudging through mud with a hopelessness that speaks of a broken spirit, while the Tyran soldiers in their puffed sleeves and rimmed helmets exude an arrogant, albeit weary authority. Towering over everything is the stone of Tyr. It is not just a fortress. It is a mountain of masonry, a symbol of unyielding power that casts a literal and metaphorical shadow over the city. It is here that the prophecies of the dragon must be fulfilled, yet the very sight of it fills Perrin with dread. He knows Rand is somewhere in that labyrinth, likely walking into a trap. While Moiraine and Lan depart to gather intelligence, warning the others to stay close to the inn, Perrin seeks solace in the only thing that has ever made sense to him: metal and fire. He finds a smithy run by a man named Dermid Ajala. This scene is pivotal for Perrin's internal conflict. He steps into the forge not as a warrior or a hero, but as a craftsman. The ritual of the work, the rhythm of the bellows, the color of the heated iron, the smell of coal dust centers him. He creates a chamfer knife, a simple tool, but he shapes it with a master's touch. It is an act of creation in a world demanding destruction. The smith, impressed by Perrin's intuitive skill, offers him a gift, a heavy hammer. This is no ordinary tool. It is balanced perfectly, a master's piece. When Perrin holds it, he feels a sense of rightness that his axe never provides. Here, Robert Jordan presents the central duality of Perrin's existence, the hammer and the axe. The hammer represents creation, community, and building. The axe represents war, violence, and duty. When Perrin returns to his room, He hangs the hammer next to his axe. They are of equal weight in metal, but in his soul, the axe feels infinitely heavier. He is a builder forced to be a destroyer, a man at war with his own nature. The respite is short-lived. Elayne gathers them with grim news. The Forsaken are not merely loose. One is ruling this city. The High Lord Salmon is, in truth, Belal. The stakes shift dramatically. Belal is known as the Net Weaver, a master of strategy who once envied Luz Therin himself. Elayne deduces his plan. He does not intend to kill Rand immediately. Instead, he is baiting the Dragon Reborn into the heart of the stone to take Callandor, the sword that is not a sword, only to steal it from him. It is a trap of immense hubris and danger. Elayne declares that they will not run this time. They will fight. It is a terrifying prospect. Mortals and a weakened Aes Sedai planning to storm an impregnable fortress to confront a demigod of the shadow. Yet, amidst this cosmic dread, the pattern weaves strange threads. Lan mentions seeing Aiel on the rooftops, an impossibility in a city that fears the desert warriors. It is a subtle omen that the world is breaking, and the prophecies are cascading toward fulfillment. Chapter 51. Bait for the Net. We shift perspectives to Nai-neeve Almiara, struggling through the muddy streets of the Mall district. Nai-neeve's narrative voice is defined by her prickly exterior. She fumes at the mud, the prices, and the downtrodden attitude of the Tyran peasantry. Her anger is a defense mechanism, a way to keep her fear at bay, but it also blinds her to the immediacy of the danger. She and the other girls, Elayne and e-gwayn, believe they are the hunters, chasing the Black Ajah. They do not realize they have already been outmaneuvered. The tragedy of this chapter lies in the betrayal by Julin Sandar, the thief-catcher. When he approaches Nai-neeve, he is terrified, a broken man. He has been compelled, likely through torture or the One Power, to lead them into a trap. He is not a villain, but a victim of forces far beyond his comprehension. Nai-neeve is led to the home of Mother Gwenna, a local wise woman, expecting a safe haven. Instead, she walks into a nightmare. The moment she enters, she is cut off from the true source. A shield of spirit, woven by the Black Ajah, slams between her and Saidar. The violence that follows is shocking in its brutality. Liandrin and her cohorts, Rihanna, Joya, Amiko, do not merely subdue the girls with magic, they beat them. Nai-neeve, shielded and helpless, tries to fight with her fists, punching Liandrin, but she is pummeled by flows of air, invisible bludgeons that leave her bruised and gasping on the floor. This physical brutality serves a psychological purpose. It is meant to break their wills. When Nai-neeve is dragged out, she sees the result of this tactic. e-gwayn is unconscious, slung like a sack of barley. Elayne is battered and bleeding. They are thrown into a carriage bearing the sigil of High Lord Salmon, Belal. The horror deepens with Liandrin's taunts. She reveals that the girls are not merely prisoners, they are bait to lure Rand. But worse is the fate awaiting them. Liandrin speaks of 13 Murderal coming to the stone. For those versed in the lore, this is a fate worse than death. 13 Aes Sedai channeling through 13 Murderal are required to forcibly turn a channeler to the shadow. This is the 13 to 13 binding. The Black Ajah intends to twist Nai-neeve, Elayne, and e-gwayn into monsters like themselves. As the carriage rumbles toward the stone, the girls' screams are drowned out by Liandrin's laughter. They have been stripped of their power, their agency, and perhaps soon, their very souls. Chapter 52. In Search of a Remedy. The narrative moves to Mat Cauthon, offering a stark contrast in tone. While Perrin broods and Nai-neeve rages, Mat grumbles. He is the reluctant hero personified, a rogue who claims he wants nothing to do with adventure while consistently throwing himself into the fire for his friends. Mat is in a desperate situation. Tom Merrilin, the old gleeman, is violently ill, racked by a coughing sickness that threatens to kill him. Mat's loyalty shines here. Despite his complaints, he physically supports Tom. dragging him through the mud to find a healer. The pattern, as always, is weaving tightly around the Tavern. Mat stumbles upon Mother Gwenna, the very same wise woman whose home was just the site of the girl's capture. The interaction between Mat and Mother Gwenna is filled with character insight. Gwenna is weary and frightened, having just witnessed the Black Ajah's violence, yet she sees something in Mat. She recognizes the Two Rivers accent and realizes the connection. When Mat describes the girls, the pieces fall into place. The revelation is heart-stopping. Mat is too late. He missed Nai-neeve, Elayne, and e-gwayn by a mere 3 hours. They are already in the Stone of Tear. Gwenna warns him that he can do nothing. She speaks of the stone as the locals do, a place where people disappear, a fortress that has never fallen. But Mat Cauthon possesses a quality that defies logic, luck, and a stubborn refusal to accept the odds. He makes a hard choice. He realizes Tom cannot help him. The old man is a liability in his current state. Mat pays Gwenna to care for the Gleeman, effectively bullying Tom into staying behind for his own survival. It is a moment of maturity for Mat. He is taking the burden entirely on his own shoulders. As he leaves the house, the dice in his head, the manifestation of his Tavern fate, begin to tumble furiously. The sound is a signal that a major turning point in the pattern is approaching. He looks up at the Stone of Tear, the unbreachable fortress that looms like a mountain of despair. To anyone else, it is a tomb. To Mat, it is just another place he has to break into. With a laugh that borders on madness, or perhaps supreme confidence, he walks back into the rain. He has no plan, no backup, and only his luck to guide him. But for the girls trapped inside, and for the Dragon Reborn approaching the city, the gambler is exactly the wildcard the pattern requires. Chapter 53. A Flow of the Spirit. The evening shadows of Tear lengthen, casting a veil over the city that mirrors the uncertainty within Perrin Ibarra's mind. He walks away from the forge of Master Ajala, his muscles humming with the satisfying ache of honest labor. There is a profound grounding in the work of a blacksmith, a simplicity that stands in stark contrast to the complexities of the One Power and prophecies. He has spent the day crafting an ornamental gate, losing himself in the rhythm of the hammer, but now the presence of the woman walking beside him pulls him back into the confusion of the present. Zareen, or File as she prefers, moves through the twilight with a grace that seems to befriend the shadows. To Perrin's enhanced golden eyes, she is clear, her high cheekbones and strong nose defined, yet her intentions remain as obscured as the darkening streets. There is a psychological dance occurring here. Perrin, the deliberate and cautious wolf, finds himself perpetually off balance around the quick-witted falcon. She taunts him, calling him farm boy, yet her eyes linger on him with an intensity that suggests she sees far more than a simple smith. He stumbles, physically and metaphorically, admitting his fear that his creations might serve the Forsaken, a slip that reveals the constant, low-level dread plaguing those close to the Dragon Reborn. They arrive at their inn to find Moiraine and Lan. The Aes Sedai is a pillar of cool detachment within her deep hood, while the warder remains her silent, lethal shadow. The atmosphere in Tear is suffocating. The city is a cauldron about to boil over. Moiraine confirms what the pattern has been whispering. Rand al'Thor is here. The signs are everywhere. Weddings occurring in droves, impossible survival stories, and a palpable tension in the air. The unimaginable force of a Tavern is bending probability itself, warping the fabric of chance around the dragon. Furthermore, the Forsaken Balal is unmasked, broadcasting his dreams in a challenge, baiting the trap. The group moves inside, but the dynamic shifts instantly from planning to catastrophe. Aiel, bold and impatient, rushes ahead to the private dining room. There is a sound, a thump, and then a terrifying silence. When Perrin reaches the door, Moiraine's voice lashes out. a command of pure authority stopping him on the threshold. Inside, Aiel lies motionless. She is not dead, yet she is not truly there. Elayne, utilizing her vast knowledge of the One Power, identifies the trap, a carved wooden hedgehog, a terrangrail that triggered a weave of pure spirit. This is a trap set for Elayne by the Black Ajah, a snare designed to strip a channeler of their soul. But it has caught the falcon instead. Elayne deduces that Aiel is trapped in Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams. Her body is a hollow shell, her heart beating with the slowness of hibernation. If she is not retrieved, the flesh will fail. Here, the cold utilitarianism of the Aes Sedai clashes with the fierce loyalty of the two rivers. Elayne and Lan must leave to confront Belial. The fate of the world outweighs the life of one hunter for the Horn. Perrin cannot accept this. He refuses to run. In a moment of grim resolve, he decides to enter the dreamscape himself. He tasks Loyal, the e-gwayn, with guarding his body, a task Loyal accepts with a ferocity that reminds us that e-gwayn were once feared warriors. Perrin lies down and reaches out, not with the power, but with the instinct of the wolf brother. He shifts into the wolf dream. The landscape is a distortion of reality, rolling hills and prey, vibrant and dangerous. Hopper, the wolf who died for him, is there. The dead wolf warns him, young bull is here too strongly. To enter the wolf dream in the flesh, or even with the mind so fully anchored, is to risk losing one's humanity forever. But Perrin is driven by a singular purpose. He is a wolf on the hunt, and the falcon is his prey. He will brave the nightmare to save her. Chapter 54. Into the Stone. While Perrin navigates the dream, Mat Cauthon navigates the precarious reality of the rooftops. The contrast is sharp. Where Perrin is heavy determination, Mat is frantic, nervous energy, relying on his legendary luck. He is perched above the streets, staring at the formidable stone of Tyr. It is a fortress that has never fallen, a monolith of rock without mortar. He carries a bundle of fireworks, a chaotic invention of the illuminators intending to breach the unbreachable. But even on the rooftops, Mat is not alone. In a sudden flurry of motion, he is surrounded. Veiled figures emerge from the night. Aiel. This is a pivotal convergence. Mat, the trickster, finds himself held at spear point by the lethal desert warriors, including the clan chief Ruark. They are baffled by him. He moves with a dexterity that surprises them, and he speaks with a bravado that masks his terror. They also catch a thief catcher, Julin Sandar, who has been trailing the Aiel. There is a moment of cultural collision here. The Aiel are invading the stone not for conquest, but for prophecy. They are the people of the dragon coming to the stone of Tyr. Ruark, seeing something in Mat, perhaps the pattern weaving around another tavern, decides to spare them. The Aiel vanish into the night like smoke, leaving Mat and Julin to an uneasy alliance. Julin, guilt-ridden over his role in the capture of e-gwayn, Elayne and Nai-neeve, agrees to guide Mat to the cells. Mat enacts his plan. He jams the bundle of fireworks into an arrow slit. The resulting explosion is cataclysmic, a thunderclap that shakes the ancient fortress. It is a blunt instrument, lacking the finesse of the One Power, but it shatters stone just the same. The hole is made. Mat Cauthon, shouting at his own foolishness, dives into the stone of Tyr. He is no longer just a farm boy, he is a force of chaos entering a stagnant system. He whirls his quarterstaff, engaging the defenders of the stone in a blur of wood and violence, clearing a path for the thief catcher. Deep within the fortress, the perspective fractures. We see Rand al'Thor, driven by a singular feverish compulsion. He ignores the alarms, ignores the pain of his unhealed wounds. He is a man possessed by destiny, running toward the heart of the stone, toward the sword Callandor. He is running to end the voices in his head, to prove he is who he fears he is. In the dungeons, the psychological toll of captivity is laid bare. E-gwayn, Elayne, and Nai-neeve are shielded, cut off from the true source, helpless, but they are not broken. E-gwayn, recalling her training and her possession of the twisted stone ring ter'angreal, makes a desperate gambit. She cannot channel in the waking world, but perhaps she can in the world of dreams. She sleeps, entering Tel'aran'rhiod. She manifests in the heart of the stone, near the glowing crystal sword. She is not alone. Joya Bayer of the Black Ajah is there, mocking her. But the rules of the dream are different. Here, will is reality. E-gwayn, fueled by the trauma of her captivity, exerts her will. She shields the Black Sister. It is a moment of terrifying growth for E-gwayn. She embraces a ruthlessness necessary for survival. She weaves flows of air to punish her captor, realizing that pain inflicted in the dream translates to the waking world. She leaves the Black Sister trapped and tormented, a predator turned prey, and moves deeper into the dream to find the key to their physical escape. Meanwhile, within the wolf dream, Perrin finds Fail. She is bound to a stone block, a sacrificial lamb in a dark ritual. The imagery is heavy with symbolism, the free spirit chained, the falcon grounded. Perrin, embracing his strength, shatters the chains with his hammer. But as she is freed, she vanishes. Hopper warns him that the hunt is not over. The dream is a labyrinth, and saving her image is not the same as saving her soul. Perrin, undeterred, prepares to hunt again. Back in the waking corridors of the stone, Mat and Elayne run a gauntlet. They encounter High Lord Darlin. The arrogance of the Tyrant nobility is on full display. Darlin expects to skewer the peasant with ease. He doesn't account for the old blood of Manetheren. Mat's quarterstaff is a blur, a humble weapon used with masterclass proficiency. He dismantles the High Lord's defense, sweeping his legs and cracking his skull. It is the triumph of the common man over the elite, of luck and skill over birthright. Mat stands over the unconscious lord, panting, denying he is a hero even as he performs heroic feats. He pushes Elayne forward, diving deeper into the enemy stronghold, terrified, but unstoppable. Chapter 55. What is written in prophecy? Silence hangs heavy within the heart of the stone, a silence that feels less like emptiness and more like a held breath. Rand al'Thor walks among the towering redstone columns, stepping into the landscape of his own nightmares. Above him, the crystal sword Callandor hangs suspended in the air, revolving slowly, fracturing the dim light into 1,000 glittering shards. It is a weapon, a beacon, and a question mark. Rand is plagued by the crushing weight of imposter syndrome. He stares at the artifact not with greed, but with the terrifying fear that he is merely a madman dancing on the strings of the White Tower rather than the prophesied savior. The silence is shattered by a voice from the shadows. Belal, the Forsaken known as the Netweaver, steps forth. He is arrogance personified, dressed in the high fashion of a bygone age, taunting Rand with the knowledge of his friend's captivity. He reveals that he has been invading Rand's dreams, caging e-gwayn, Nai-neeve and Elayne not just as leverage, but as insignificant pets to be broken. This is a psychological assault intended to goad Rand into grabbing the sword, for Belal, trapped by the pattern, cannot touch it himself. They clash. It is a duel of eras. Rand, trained by a warder, flows through the forms, parting the silk, wind and rain. But he is a child fighting a master. Belal, a blade master from the Age of Legends, toys with him. The Forsaken's blade of black fire meets Rand's sword of power-wrought flame, and the gap in their skill is painfully evident. Belal doesn't just want to kill Rand. He wants to break his spirit, urging him to take Callandor to extend his life by mere seconds. But the pattern weaves threads unseen by the Forsaken. Moiraine Damodred strides into the chaos. She is the embodiment of Aes Sedai resolve, ignoring the screaming battle between Aiel and defenders around her. Balal dismisses her as a gnat, a fatal error born of millennia of hubris. With no hesitation, Moiraine unleashes balefire. It is not merely a weave of destruction, but of erasure, a bar of white light hotter than the sun that burns Balal from the pattern itself. He does not die, he simply ceases to have existed. Yet the victory is short-lived. The true shadow descends. Ba'alzamon, the betrayer of hope, materializes, his presence darkening the very shadows. He demands Rand's soul, striking him with a metaphysical blow that tears at Rand's essence. In this moment of sheer desperation, Rand throws himself at Callandor. He grips the hilt. The surge of the One Power is not a stream, but a tidal wave, threatening to scour his mind clean. He is forced to balance on the razor's edge of saidin, channeling more power than any man has held since the breaking of the world. With this chaotic energy, Rand chases Ba'alzamon, stepping through a gateway not across distance, but across reality, entering Tel Aranriod, the world of dreams. Meanwhile, the stone trembles. Deep in the dungeons, e-gwayn Alvera demonstrates her growing mastery of the dream world. She exerts her will, binding the Black Sister Amiko Nagoyan with weaves of spirit and air, turning the hunter into the prey. Waking in their cell, the Wonder Girls are battered and cut off from the source, but their will remains unbroken. Their rescue arrives in the form of Mat Cauthon. He blows the door with a mixture of luck and gunpowder, expecting gratitude but finding only shock. The dynamic here is fraught with tension. Mat, desperate to be the hero, is met with the sharp tongues of women who are traumatized and defensive. Yet, when Nai-neeve knocks the unconscious Amiko to the floor, the shield blocking them from the One Power vanishes. The women are instantly restored, and in a display of their new reality, they lift Mat into the air with the power. The village friends are gone. They are now wielders of forces that reshape the world. Elsewhere, in the wolf dream, Perrin Ibera fights a battle of attrition. He is fading, his human soul weary, but his loyalty to Aiel anchors him. He finds her spirit trapped in the form of a falcon, chained and guarded by a whirlwind of raptors. Abandoning his own safety, Perrin smashes the bronze doors and weathers the storm of talons and beaks. He breaks the chain, choosing pain and potential death to free the woman he loves, waking to find her tending his broken body in the waking world. The climax returns to the dream heart of the stone. Rand and Ba'alzamon wage a war that defies physics. The stone shifts around them, walls turning to magma, air turning to stone. Rand, fueled by the ocean of power from Callandor, counters every reality-warping attack. He is no longer just a farm boy, he is an elemental force, correcting the unraveling pattern. Ba'alzamon, screaming that he cannot be defeated, tries to draw on the true power, but Rand strikes. He plunges Callandor into the dark figure's heart. The shadow dissolves, leaving behind the corpse of a mortal man burned and broken. Rand stands amidst the carnage of the waking stone. The battle has ceased. He holds the crystal sword aloft, lightning arching from its blade to the dome above. He has killed the man he believes to be the Dark One. He has claimed the sword that cannot be touched. The prophecy is fulfilled. As the Aiel and the defenders alike drop to their knees in awe, the shepherd of the night proclaims his identity to the world. He is the Dragon Reborn, and the world has changed forever. Chapter 56. People of the Dragon. The sun rose over the city of Tyr, bringing with it a light that seemed to shatter the grim certainty of centuries. Throughout the sprawling metropolis, the common folk awoke not to the usual drudgery of their lives, but to the remnants of a shared, feverish dream. They spoke in hushed, awestruck whispers of a battle in the dark, of the Dragon Reborn fighting the shadow itself within the impenetrable heart of the stone. and when their eyes lifted to the massive, brooding silhouette of the fortress that had dominated their skyline and their fears for generations, they saw the impossible. A banner snapped in the high winds of the dawn. It was not the crescent of Tyr, but a field of white dominated by a creature of legend, a sinuous form scaled in scarlet and gold, possessing the mane of a lion and legs tipped with golden claws. It was the sign of the dragon, a symbol that had not flown openly since the breaking of the world. The psychological weight of this moment cannot be overstated. For the people of Tyr, a fortress deemed impregnable had fallen, and a prophecy they both feared and revered had manifested in the flesh. The streets filled with weeping, shouting crowds, their cries of Althor and the dragon rising like a physical tide, washing away the old order. High above this chaotic worship, Mat Cauthon peered through a narrow arrow slit, the stone cold against his hands. He shook his head, a gesture of weary disbelief that had become his trademark defense against the madness of his life. To the crowds below, Rand was a messianic figure, a fulfillment of destiny. To Mat, he was still just a wool-headed sheep-herder from the Two Rivers, though the reality of Rand's transformation was becoming impossible to deny. Mat had seen him only briefly since the violence of the previous night. Rand striding through the halls, clutching the crystal sword Callandor, surrounded by a lethal honor guard of veiled Aiel warriors. The power dynamic within the stone had shifted violently. The high lords of Tyr, stripped of their arrogance, trailed behind Rand, terrified and obsequious, believing their role was now to help him rule the world. But it was the Aiel who held the true authority of violence here. They looked at the soft Tyran lords with sharp, predatory eyes. They did not call him dragon. To the people of the waste, he was he who comes with the dawn. Turning from the window, Mat found himself in a room that felt too quiet compared to the roar outside. His eyes landed on Ruark, the clan chief of the Tar-Dad Aiel. The warrior stood by a strangely sophisticated reading stand, a wheel of polished wood designed to hold open heavy tomes. Ruark was reading, a sight that jarred Mat's prejudices. In the minds of wetlanders, the Aiel were savages, barely more than animals with spears. Yet here was a man of lethal capacity engaging in quiet study, a juxtaposition that hinted at the deep, hidden complexities of Aiel culture. Mat tried to avoid Ruark's cold blue gaze, fearing the man could read his thoughts, specifically his awkward memories of the Aiel women, Bane and Chiad. The cultural gap between Mat and the Aiel was a chasm of misunderstandings. He viewed their women as puzzles to be solved, while they viewed him with an amusement that bordered on condescension. The room was dominated by a massive gilded table, where Moiraine Damodred sat like a queen in exile. Flanked by e-gwayn, Nai-neeve and Elayne, the Aes Sedai projected a serenity that masked the exhaustion of the night's events. The conversation turned to Perrin Aybara, who was conspicuously absent from the high halls. Moiraine's voice was calm, but her words carried a dark undercurrent. Perrin had stayed behind, entangled in danger alongside his companion. The mention of this companion drew sharp questions from the girls, but Moiraine deflected them with the practiced ease of one who hoards information like gold. She drew their attention to an object on the table, a disc the size of a man's hand. It was formed of two teardrops fitted together, one absolute black, the other snow white, fused into a circle. It was a seal on the Dark One's prison. But unlike the fragments they had seen before, shattered remnants of a failing age, this one was whole. It was made of Quendiar, heartstone, a material that should be unbreakable by any force in the universe. The sight of the unbroken seal sparked a realization in the group. In previous confrontations, the seals found near Rand had been smashed. This time, the seal remained intact. It was a symbol of a victory that felt different, more complete, yet paradoxically more fragile. Moiraine's demeanor, however, cut through their momentary hope. She warned them that the integrity of this single seal meant little in the grand scheme. The war was not over. It had barely begun. Mat, uncomfortable with the heavy air of destiny and magic, tried to inject some grounded pragmatism into the room. He questioned the very nature of the prophecy that had seemingly just been fulfilled. The prophecies stated the stone of Tyr would never fall until the people of the dragon came. He gestured to their ragtag group, a few village youths, an Aes Sedai, a warder, and a few hundred Aiel. Were they the people of the dragon? It was Rhuarc who answered, and his answer reshaped the law of the world in a single gesture. He spoke of the harsh initiation of Aiel clan chiefs, a journey to the lost city of Ruidian in the lands of the Gen Aiel, the clan that is not. He rolled back his sleeve, revealing the skin of his left forearm. There, etched into his flesh as if it were part of his very being, wound a shape identical to the banner flying above the fortress, the dragon, scaled in scarlet and gold. With a heavy sigh, Rhuarc spoke the truth that the Aiel had guarded for 3,000 years. They, the warriors of the waste, were the people of the dragon. The prophecy had not been about a random army. It had been about a specific ancient lineage waiting for this precise moment to emerge from the desert. Even Moiraine, usually omniscient, was startled by this revelation. Mat, eager to wash his hands of the danger, suggested that with the prophecy fulfilled and the Dark One dead, they could all go home. His optimism was a desperate shield, a refusal to accept the horror of his reality. The women, however, were not so easily comforted. They spoke of the Black Ajah, of the escaped Liandrin and her cohorts, and of the Forsaken who were still loose upon the world. They were ready to fight, their innocence burned away by the fires of their journey. Moiraine then delivered the most chilling blow to Mat's hope. She turned her gaze on him, her voice like a knife. She told them that the entity Rand had battled, the figure whose rotting corpse lay in the stone, was not the Dark One. Shaitan was a force of nature, the antithesis of creation, not a man who could be killed with a sword and leave a decaying carcass. The body was likely that of Ishmael, the betrayer of hope, a man who had gone mad enough to believe he was the Dark One himself. The implications were terrifying. If Rand had only killed a Forsaken, then the Dark One was still imprisoned at Shaiel Ghul, shaking the bars of his cage. The shadow still lay across the pattern. The victory at Tyr was a skirmish, not the end of the war. Only 4 seals now stood between the world and total annihilation. As the gravity of their situation settled over the room, the realization that they were trapped in a long, grinding war of attrition against gods of shadow, the doors opened. In walked Elayne, the first of Mayenne. She was a striking contrast to the battle-weary group, regal, voluptuous, and dripping with political arrogance. She ignored Mat entirely, focusing her interest on the dangerous charisma of Rhuarc before delivering a folded parchment to Moiraine. Berylyn's presence was a reminder of the mundane world of politics and seduction that would now complicate Rand's life, but the message she carried was from a world far darker. Moiraine unfolded the parchment and read the words aloud, her voice steady but grim. It was a message from Lanfear, the daughter of the night. Luz Therin was mine, he is mine, and he will be mine forever. The letter was a claim of ownership, a psychological shackle thrown across time and death. It was a reminder that Rand al'Thor was not just fighting monsters, he was inheriting the tangled, obsessive, and tragic relationships of a past life he did not understand. The Forsaken were not just enemies. They were people who knew him intimately. Moiraine turned her cool, Aes Sedai gaze back to Mat. She reminded him that he was ta'veren, a focal point of the pattern. He could not run. He could not hide. The wheel of time had woven him into the fabric of this age, and nothing was done for him yet. Mat looked at them, at the determination in the eyes of e-gwayn, Nai-neeve, and Elayne, at the stoic resolve of Ruach. He realized with a sinking heart that he was trapped. The cries from outside continued to reverberate against the stone walls, a relentless chant of the dragon Althor. The prophecy was fulfilled. The sword was drawn. The world had changed forever. And as the chant rose, it felt less like a celebration and more like the first drum beats of the last battle. Thus it began. Thus did they sing his rebirth. And for Mat Cauthon, there was nowhere left to run. Don't forget to subscribe to William's audiobooks to dive deeper into the lore of the Wheel of Time novels and join our community of listeners.